Good evening, G-looters across the world, and welcome to this monthly showdown on April. My name is Vugo, and I'm joined by the two most awesome people we could get within our budget. The name is Toby as well as Kalaris. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Doing very nice, thank you very much.
Awesome. So we got 5 maps of PUBG coming up today. We have 2 Miramar and 3 Erangel. And before we kick off, I'm just going to go through how do you get to a monthly showdown. And I'll briefly, if you haven't heard about G-Loot at all, make sure to go there, gloot.com. You start off by signing up an account, obviously, download the client that helps us realizing what you're doing in the game. And with this information, you can either play missions and you can play all sorts of different competitions. One of the competitions called Brawl, you play any game you'd like and you register all your scores that you're playing. We count your best results and put you against other players. And if you fancy playing in the monthly showdown, make sure to place in the top, where you could also win some coins and you can collect some gift cards as well. We have the monthly showdown today, and yeah, let's have a look at the prize distribution for this monthly showdown. So obviously the total prize pool, $5,000. And the winner goes home with 1.8k, and that's 450 per player. And we can also have a look at the teams playing today. Any teams that stick out for you guys?
I think right off the bat, I mean, Sakura Sanson. We saw them play in the in G-Loot Season 5. They had some extremely good performances. I'm looking forward to see how they're gonna pan out, or how they're gonna fare today. And then Exhalation as well. It's probably gonna be the second team on my list of teams to look out for, at least kind of right off the bat.
Yeah, there's a lot of good teams to kind of look at, as well as even just like players on some of these teams that have kind of come together and are looking to field a pretty decent roster themselves. Obviously, my eyes kind of navigate towards a team like Sakura Sensen. We've seen them, obviously playing in G-Loot Season 5 most recently. They did get 12th there, but I think overall, when you kind of look at their performance, I think in that lobby, which is extremely powerful here in Europe, they got like a 50-50 split between their placements as well as their kill points. So that gives me hope for a lobby like this, which is a little bit of a lower level than obviously like your big premier tournament in Europe, but still very, very powerful. There's great teams in there, like as Toby mentions, Exhalation, Team Rage as well. I'm excited to see how they're going to be playing things out with guys like Mertralius, Mertlazer, and Schofield in there too.
So looking at Sakura Sensen, for example, what makes them Exhalation? What differs them from your regular teams?
Well, when you look at these teams overall, and correct me if I'm wrong, Toby, but I feel like Sakura Sensen right now are absolute grinders. I feel like they're putting in a lot of work. I feel like they're trying to put the power balance a little bit in Europe on notice when it comes to all these big orgs that are out there, because these players have been around for a long time, right? But they kind of came together on this roster as a whole and are kind of, as I say, putting people on notice a little bit.
Yeah, I think one of the things that they've been doing that has been obviously granting them the success that they've been having is that they've looked to some of the better teams or some of the top teams, I should say, of not only the region, but of the world as a whole, and said, what is it that these teams are doing that are granting them the success that they're having? And they've kind of tried to simulate that in their own way. So if you look at a team like Virtus Pro, the way that they like to play a very slow and kind of edge, very passive early game to then aggress later on, but making sure that by having been passive early, they still have all 4 players alive. So Sakura Sensen kind of has the same approach to it. They don't go out aggressive in the early game with the risk of, yeah, sure, I mean, you can get a couple of kills, but you might also lose a player, because they thrive when they make late game with 4 alive.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so for someone who's, I mean, I played a lot of PUBG when it came out. Haven't played that much since, but watching obviously the big tournaments. So looking at the best teams right now, what makes them so good? Is it just they shoot harder than other people, or how much do map awareness, I mean, placing yourself in the circle, like all these factors, like how much does it weigh in to just be a good aimer as as you can come a long way in that in most other FPS games.
I think it's a case of like, you've obviously got to firstly understand that splitting is ultra important. You have to have yourself a decent split in the circle to be able to find yourself the right avenue from there. It gives you a better chance of having a decent spot in a circle come the next circle and then the next circle, etc. Something that really defines, I think, PUBG PC lobbies right now is the fact that at the very top level, almost every decent location is going to be taken in some of those circles, and trying to somehow wiggle your way around all these excellent shooters, as you were kind of emphasizing just before, it takes extreme skill, and some of the very best are very adept at threading the needle, as it were.
Yeah, and obviously when you're playing these big tournaments, you most likely practice with the same team, so roughly the same. You have an idea of where they have their drops, etc. In a tournament like these, there's a lot of teams that you maybe doesn't know that much about. There's going to be some double, triple drops for sure. I mean, how hard is it for a big team to adapt to that?
I think when we're in a format like this, the bigger the tournament is, the more bigger names participate, the more you rely on the information that you can gather prior to the match starting. How many videos have you seen of the teams playing? What do you know about the strategies they usually go out and work around? Here, it's more about how much info can you gather in, I don't want to say the first seconds of a game, but early on, because that is not necessarily all, but most of what you have to rely on. It really is the information gathering kind of a competition within the tournament itself, because you need info on players. Like normally you can go, oh, these guys would usually rotate over here or rotate over there. You can't do that to the same extent here, because as we were saying before, I mean, yes, we have some teams that have played together for quite a while, but as James was saying as well, there are a lot of players as well that have the individual capabilities to play with the very best, who have now joined forces, and there's no telling in what they're planning on going out and doing here. So being able to get info early on in the game, whether that be through scouting or risking, I should say, a player to get that extra peek around the corner, or if it's just you saying we're gonna lay low because we have no clue what's happening around us. I just think, I mean, being able to play off of the info you've been able to accumulate over the course of the first couple of games is going to be crucial.
And there are excellent teams here to be able to do that, right? And with veteran names that have shown in the past that they're able to do those kinds of things. If you think about, you know, what we were saying about Sakura Senzen before, I think the same could be said to a certain degree for a team like Bitfix even, who have got players like Killy Kai, it's Chris in there, Ival. These guys have been around forever, and they may not right now have qualified for like a PCS 6 or something like that, but they're extreme threats on the battleground that all of these other teams have to be careful for, because we know that they can attain great heights if you give them the opportunity.
Yeah, so obviously Miramar as well as Erangel today, 2 maps of Miramar. Is there anything specific we can expect on Miramar to start off with?
If we allow ourselves to take for granted, which of course is it's a tall order, but if we allow ourselves to take for granted that there will be no hot drops, I'm not saying there won't be, because there could be, but I'm saying if we say there won't be, then I would say Miramar is going to play out much slower in the early game, simply because of the way that the land is kind of laid out. You have more room to maneuver in between one another, of course, depending on where the circles go in the early game. But I would say Miramar is going to play off slower in the early stage, then a chaotic mid game to a quiet end game, where Erangel usually have a bit more chaos early on, to then a very quiet mid game, to then a chaotic end game. And I think that's just kind of how, how the way of the terrain. Are you allowed to sit close to opponents without necessarily having to take a fight? But I think a lot of it is also going to come down to some of these teams, for Bitfix, for example, as you're saying, Calaris.
Yeah.
They have some insane fraggers. If they decide to go, we're going to play aggressive today, we want to go out and get those kill points early on, those teams that would usually just sit around and kind of wait for things to happen around them, they're going to be forced to take fights early, and that can completely change up the pace of a lobby. So I think a lot of the teams that have the capability to play aggressive, it's going to be on them to really set the tempo that we're playing with today.
Oh, definitely. I've got to agree with Toby. Like, if you look at some of the names that are in this tournament for tonight, you got, again, I mentioned it before, teams like Team Range, teams like Enterprise that we saw in G-Loot as well, teams like Vicurvi that have got people like Double and Novik on them, teams like Pure Enjoyment, Marbo's over there, Exhalation, who Toby has already mentioned, Daboom and iZoom, what they did at G-Loot, yeah, they may have only got themselves 8th place, but a middling 8th place with extreme focus on kills, less so the placement points. That is a dangerous threat, especially if you find yourselves in those kind of foothills in Miramar, etc. Pretty scary stuff.
Yeah. So we're getting close to the match. There's a couple of minutes left. So for predictions, we talked about the favorites. Do you have anything you want to call out as the winner?
I am gonna let James go first.
Of course. Well. Okay. I would. Oh, that is really difficult. As I say, there are so many good teams actually playing here today. I'm swaying towards an Exhalation or Team Rage. I'll say Exhalation. Let's go with it.
You know what? If you take them, then I will take Rage. I like to think that a format that like this, where you only have 5 games. That is all you're given to go out and play the best. It is the teams that can frag out that will win in the end of it. I think, looking at the lineup of Team Rage here, they have proven themselves time and time again how capable they are of fragging out, and how capable they are of overcoming these. I don't want to say like not open qualifier, but kind of the same with a lot of mixed teams in and around. They know how to kind of sail those seas. And with the individual fragging capability that they have, Retralia is finding 14 kills in the qualifier.
Yeah,
they're ready. They're ready for this.
Yeah, so that's obviously your favorite. So if you're looking at the lineup here, is there one team that, like an outsider, an underdog, that you feel like could potentially surprise here?
Me. I'm going to go with Vicurvi. I don't know if it's really a surprise per se, but guys like Hibako, Double, Novik on there as well. These are real prime suspects when it comes to big, damaging games, big kill games coming along as well. Novik, of course, currently on Skade with the boys over there as well. Double and Hibako, actually, I think, are currently playing on Thunder as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, Toby. So, there's a lot of pedigree in the Vicurvi lineup.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, underdog team. I am going to go. You know what? I think I'm going to go with Enterprise. Yes, it's a name we've had in PUBG esports for a while, but the changes have been made and whatnot. And they're one of those teams that have been on the cusp so often of going, is this the Enterprise that we've been waiting for? Is things finally going to happen? And then, for the most part, they kind of haven't. But I feel like, you know what? It's only 5 games. Start off with a solid, not necessarily a win, just a good 5+ kill game to get things going. They could probably come out and surprise some people too.
I agree with Toby, actually, with Enterprise. Sorry to cut you off for a second here, but they qualified for G-Loot, obviously. They didn't have the best time there, 15th place. I think they got 18 placement points in 18 games, but they had 40 kills off the back of that. I think they do better in some of the qualification processes to the bigger tournaments, so maybe this could be a lobby for them.
Why are they performing better in this qualifiers, though, compared to big? Like nerves, or just the format of things, or what do you think?
I think it's rough when you get to something like a G-Loot Season 5 and you've all of a sudden staring down the barrel of your Team Liquids, your Phases, your Virtus Pro or Northern Lights, these kinds of teams there. I think this is a better, probably breeding ground for them right now to be able to have the performance.
I think to add to that as well, that during the Season 5 finals, when we were casting that, I made up an analogy saying that playing open qualifiers or the more round robin format and then playing grand finals, it's similar to rally cars versus Formula 1. Yeah, both of them is driving cars, but it's 2 completely different things. And I feel like you have to be made of something special in order to, as I said before, kind of sail the seas that are open qualifiers and going up against mixed teams, because there are so many curveballs thrown at you non-stop that you have to be ready to adapt to. Whereas when you go into the grand finals of big, like tier 1 tournaments, you're more accustomed to, there's kind of an etiquette, I suppose you could say. Like, you're more, okay, so these guys will do this, and then they do it because that's what they will. Sure, there are changes every now and again, but for the most part, it's easier to prepare against. The competition itself is probably harder, or it is more difficult, but you have a lot more tools to prepare yourself. Whereas to here, it's the teams that can thrive in that chaos that will succeed, and I think that's what Enterprise are good at. They're better running around in the Wild West doing crazy things than they are trying to sit around a fine dining table.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'd rather play against 4 random 50-year-old guys than face, even though I get zero preparation from the 50-year-olds. I mean, it's obviously, I mean, odds are in my favor to have a decent match against the 50-year-olds compared to face, obviously.
It's what Toby was saying kind of halfway through this segment, right? Like, I think what will lend itself nicely here to some of these teams, given this lobby, is striving for those kill points and just being able to be a great shooter, being able to kind of take out some of these teams that you might not be as familiar with. But if you're sticking together here, coming into this as the normal 4-man roster that you're used to day in, day out, and never mind this monthly final, I think that, you know, you're going to have some good success there if you're able to pick off a few people.
Sounds good. We're just minutes away from going live. Is there anything else tied to the predictions that we felt that we're missing out on here?
Not really. No, I mean, it's sort of the same thing every single time we start off a new round of a tournament, where I just want to see the first game being played. I mean, because I mean, we can have all our expectations, we can have all our predictions and this and that, but to me, I mean, the first game of whether it be a whole tournament or just a round of a tournament, the first game says a lot, especially when you only have 5 games to play in total. That first game, you're already coming into it, know, okay, are you the comeback team? Are you the team that if you have a bad game, you just completely stumble down the stairs? I think once we get that first game going, it's gonna tell us a lot about how the day is gonna proceed.
Sounds good. I think we're ready to throw to you guys and ready for the game. So that's what we'll do.
Sounds amazing. Thank you so much, Vogo. Now, James, I'm excited for this game for a multitude of reasons. One of them being you and I have never casted together before.
That is very true. And also, I mean, the last time I cast PUBG, even though I'm always around it all the time.
When was the last time you casted PUBG?
I casted a Vikendi match at the Face It Global Summit. Do you remember that? No.
I do. That was a while ago. A while ago. So welcome back in the caster seat. Good to have you here. It's maybe you'll stick around. We'll see. Or maybe you'll just immediately fly straight back to the hosting and analyst desk. I'm never going back to casting again.
Well, let's see how this first game goes, right? And if this one doesn't go well, you know what? I'll just quit right there. You can solo cast the rest of the games, Toby. It'll be fine.
Well, let's head on into game number 1. The plane's already in the air. Pretty straightforward. Well, I like to see this, James. I like it when we get those plane paths that are, at least for the first game. You know, I mean, we don't want to shake it up too much. Give them a pretty straightforward south to north plane, and let's get the game going.
No, definitely. So we have already people dropping out. We have Kamagumruk actually already dropping out very, very early to start things off. But as you say, a nice even opportunity for everybody to get where they want to go. We've seen how these rotation paths on Miramar have stifled some teams in the past. And I'm wondering who's going to be dropping around that kind of Picardo area. Looks like it's... Ooh, okay. So Sakura already dropping towards that location.
I mean, might as well assert some dominance early on. Don't want to allow for anyone else to come in and potentially take what's yours. I am seeing Exhalation and SRM making their way up towards Power Grid, though. Not sure if both those teams up and to go there. If one is long shooting over the top, maybe stretching towards Ma. Nah, you would have jumped early if you were going Monte. So maybe there's a bit of a fight waiting for us to happen over in Power Grid.
I really like, as you say, that Sakura's kind of taken over Picardo. It's funny because they were always kind of in that big Hacienda split and just using that to their advantage. But since it's a nice central position, that's nice.
I don't know why it always goes hand in hand like this, but whenever you get a calm plane path, it's usually followed by an obscure circle. And I suppose this one is kind of following that line aggressive, trying to see what he can find, but it doesn't break the rules enough that Paints won't get away alive.
No, just running on away there. They have themselves plenty of room to work with around that kind of Hacienda spot. Meanwhile, an attempt at a drive over, but yeah, we're just going to be leaving here, our Enterprise, for now up towards the north side of this. So yeah, I guess like early rotates for any of these teams up toward the north are going to be ambitious or wise, I suppose. And I guess we're going to see trying an attempt at a lot of teams maybe going down that eastern side, trying to enter the north of this circle.
Yeah, that's the tricky part here, right? Because when we all saw the first circle, and there are only really so many areas you can enter it from. Because I mean, okay, unless if you want to go out in the water, you're pretty much denying access to half of it because, well, that half is water. Then you have, if you look to the west, you have Los Leones, a massive city you don't want to be touching either. So if you're talking like a 360 degree of accessibility, you're really limiting people to like a 30 to 40 degree angle that you can approach the circle for, which is west from Impala over to La Bandita, or as you see KG do on the southern side, like make your hard wrap around. That's really the only places you can get in from.
Exactly. So technically speaking, when Karagumruk sees this kind of circle, they think to themselves, okay, well, either we get in deeper, which they seemingly are doing, or you could effectively control a lot of that area between Los Leones and the kind of south-southern water side, but they're opting not to do that, which is a bit of a course of a safer play here. Find yourself a bit more of a foothold to take in the middle of the circle and then play for there. And you know people are eventually going to be backfilling that south side, right? So you got to come,
I mean, you say that, but when we look at the map, you literally only have Feyenoord and the guys over in Juma. Everyone else is Picado or north thereof.
True.
Making a southern wrap down around Los Leones is going to take a hell of a long time. So unless if they really want to tank blue badly, I don't think a lot of the teams up towards the north are going to have the time to go there because, yeah, sure, you could just drive there in a straight line, but you're going to have to stop and scout and make sure that no one's in front of you. I think maybe one team that isn't already Chuma or Picado could make that southern wrap. Everyone else are going to be shoulder to shoulder running their way into the circle from like between La Bandita and Impala.
Yeah, that'll be an absolute cluster. And as you can see here, we already had Karagumruk as well as Team Rage crossing each other's paths, and now already taking down Fisher very, very quickly here. Not too much effort going into that one. So Karagumruk picking up some early kills.
Don't want to crash your car, but you also don't want to crash your car in front of two opponents that are just sitting there waiting for you. That's it. It doesn't really get a whole lot more unfortunate than that. That's just, again, we talked about it coming into it, right? How our team's gonna get off the bat. That's just, you've been waiting for this tournament to happen for probably a few days, getting ready. Oh, on Sunday we're gonna go out, we're gonna go play PUBG, we're gonna win a lot of money. And then you start the first game, and 4.5 minutes in, you're out because of a small error. That's just that's a tough thing to bounce back from coming into the next game.
Yeah, the thing that sucks most about that kill as well is the fact that you're looking for those really high priority spots in the middle of this circle, and like good teams, good players are unfortunately all kind of navigating to the same locations. So teams like Karagumruk, Team Rage almost ran into them as well, as say. And now we're going to have a few more teams entering the fray, with Sakura just a little bit north of all of that. Divan as well. Actually, one of the teams that I'm interested to see how it's going to be playing out, with Fairist and Illidan on it, as well as Sahar. We have this team now moving also into these foothills. It's going to get really busy really quick, Toby.
Yeah, it's as we were saying, there are only so many angles people can really get in here from, and they're, as expected, kind of all coming in from that exact same one, which is straight from the north. So believe me, there will be chaos commencing near the game. I did say that Miramar would usually allow for people to play a more passive early game, but I suppose this insane southeast circle is an exception.
No, indeed, it's accelerated the game already. Sakura's going to be engaging with Team Rage in the middle of this map as well. So I think, though, realistically, neither team really wants this fight right now. Just maybe a few warning pot shots here and there. And maybe if you get a knock, that's great. But beyond that, still just find your spot, stabilize here for a little bit. The hills that Sakura has taken have a huge overlook of all of that east side where they can look on from. But beyond that, chilling.
I am seeing a lot of teams making their rotations on in as we speak. A few shots being fired here and there up towards the west side of Los Leones, because that's the other one, right? That's we've seen it before, where we go, oh, great, it didn't went to the island. But no, but it went into Los Leones instead. Because we do have the mountains on the east side of the city that we will have to shift away from at phase 4. But curious to see how, if teams are going to play with that taking into consideration, or if they're just opting to sit down here. Tegas now finds a knock. That's a crucial one, too, because he has a teammate down in the compound, and the rest of Sakura Sanson, they're full speed sending it down here.
It's a nice compound to take if they can actually wrestle this away from Karagumruk at the moment. Throwing in a few nades, potentially preempting that move from the left-hand side here, and looking for an opportunity. It's going to come around the corner, try and go for the peak, try and go for the lean. Ooh, does get shot through the car, though.
Yep, Inonix, or another Inonix, I suppose, makes the peek on over, finds the first one, needs to reset quickly though, because Tegas is already here, barrel in hand, wants to try and see if he can get, oh, that's a good nade, has to back off, that should be, nope, not flush confirmed just yet, stays alive for a little while longer, but he is bleeding out, so the help needs to come around. Tegas peeks are once more, the smoke granting the cover that he needs.
Inonix is buying quite a bit of time for himself here, considering Karagumruk were very split, and this is an opportunity for them to regroup if they can find an angle against this. Still looking for a bit of a heal up here, still looking for a bit of time. The smokes are down to try and cover this position at the moment, but with this going on, still realizes that there needs to be a way out. There needs to be more support fire coming in.
Yeah, and there's just only so many angles that support can come from. Gloat is probably going to be bleeding out in a second, depending on how long Salty will allow for him to suffer for it. You can see Debbie up towards the left side, or the west side, sorry, I should say, up on the hill. Those buildings, and with the angle that he's got there, yes, he can make sure that they can't push towards Inonix, but other than that, he really can't do a whole lot of kind of third-party engaging from up there. And also, he has to make sure that he's not getting pushed from behind himself.
Yeah, definitely. It's an ambitious off angle to take, I guess, considering it, because as you say, it takes a while. You know that Sakura might have off angles as well, as you could see in the distance, with Phase 6 actually shooting down as time goes on, and the double push in here. Inonix, I don't think he gets away with this anymore.
You wouldn't imagine. I mean, as long as Salty mollies himself, then I suppose there's a chance that he'll get out of here alive. But up until that point, or up until after that's over, I should say. I mean, again, Sakura Sanson, they're smart about how they do things, especially in the early game, given they don't want to risk losing players. First one comes around the corner. Yes, you get the knock, but you get the trade instantly after, and that is exactly how you want to make that push. You take the risk of having a player knocked because you rely on your teammate to get the kill off of the info that you get. Great 1-2 punch by Tegas and Salty.
Yeah, really nice. And unfortunately for DP up at the top, ain't going to be anything to answer back with that. Yeah, no. So it's going to be a scramble, maybe a few placement points down the line, but as is now very evident here from looking at the circle, a lot of teams have taken up good residence across these hills, and finding a good spot will be difficult.
And it's incredibly, I mean, as we expected, north heavy. Teams literally just did not have the time to make their way south of Los Leones. So if this next circle goes anywhere south, that migration is going to be even more tricky, because now you have to go either through Los Leones, all the way around Los Leones in potentially phase 3, or, well, you got to swim. So anything but north here would be terrible for pretty much everyone on the server.
And we see, centering up.
Blessed.
Very kind to these teams, yeah. And unfortunately, I think for teams like, Bitfix, for example, down towards the bottom here with Killia, Kai, Ival, and those boys, they're one of the only teams that came in via the south, but now they're going to have quite a few barriers that are going to hold them if they want to get anywhere towards the center of this circle. So, yeah, you might have had an easy route in towards the bottom, but I don't know if that route's going to be much easier moving forwards.
Arch goes down to blue. Probably a DC connected to that one. In the meantime, Double finds the first one. We'll see if he can get more. Does get shot in return, though. Fortunately, his teammates are in and around the area, so the help is there. Pains finds one. Noix finds one as well. Nice positioning from the two Bikuri players. And now Killer B all on his own. That is not the rotation they were hoping to have coming into this first circle.
An excellent team, of course, here in Vakurvi. We mentioned them in the pre-show as a team that's got a lot of firepower available to them, obviously being ex-Entropic players, now part Thunder players. We're looking to see them try and stand out later on in PCS 6 as well as a whole, and we're expecting more kills going their way here.
Yeah, and there you go. Break the rules, fall down and out. They had the first shot of the game, but unfortunately, they were also fall as the first team of game number 1. Simply trying to, as you said, kind of thread the needle, but threading it a bit too thin there. Yeah. There was no way they were going to get center circle off a rotation like that.
No, tough, because, I mean, a lot of this circle now is just like fields and hills, the video game. Good luck. Find yourself in a field, that's a bit rough. If you find yourself in some of these hills and you're cresting over and there's a team there, that's also a bit rough. So find yourself a building maybe somehow. Exhalation's already found a few, and they're going to be trying to play it out from here.
Yeah, it's actually a bit of a dangerous split exhalation. You can see them up on the northwest side there, the green team colors. Because, yeah, I mean, sure, you got the real estate locked down, but there's no way that the two splits can help one another. Like, they simply just don't have the vision towards one another to try and help out. So, dangerous split to try and maintain control of, especially when already now, I mean, you're seeing teams start pushing towards you.
Yeah, especially when you get eventually when circles shift, etc., and things like that. If Team Rage want to eventually bail from where they are and start crashing down these hills towards these fields, that could get a bit dicey. Enterprise is looking for a few shots. They know that they have a barrier in their way in the form of 2-1-2, and they know exactly where they're moving as well. They have full line of sight. Patient trigger finger at the moment, wanting more information.
Yeah. They know that they're the ones that will most likely have to make the push on forward. I mean, Enterprise, that is. So they don't want to give up the position too soon now. Unfortunately, though, it does look like Janitor got shot at. So information has come across, and that's going to allow for 2-1-2 down inside the compound to know that they're not the team furthest towards the edge of the circle.
You got to eliminate it. You've got to get rid of them all eventually, though, right? Like,
yeah, there's no way to get around this.
Oh, it's going to get rough. So need to bide their time here, look for the prime opportunity. But when does that come? Yeah, because they're not going to leave the buildings just yet.
No, I mean, I guess there's still a wait for next circle. Should it go northwest, we can rotate back over Impala. But doing so, you have no clue if a team has backfilled on you to go into Impala in the first place. Yes, I mean, they rotated in super late, but there could easily be a team there. So it's kind of dangerous to rely on a rotation that you could make that you don't have any info on. Circle does go south, though, and I think for Enterprise, yeah, either you wrap north around again, or you try and beat 2-1-2 to the next circle. You just got to drive straight north of them.
Yeah, you might have to here. I don't know how they're going to be able to bust that through. And as you can see already in their vehicles here, looking to make that kind of move. So right on the money with that one, Toby. Maybe even south of that Impala Hill will be the opportunity that they take here, which isn't too bad either. Oh, question mark?
It's just a question of where the hell do you go? Yeah. I mean, they're going to be contested, and no matter, like, literally no matter where you try to stop your vehicle, you're going to be visible to some team. So I like the angle that Freakle is trying to take and see off the map there, up towards the north side of the circle, trying to get around, get it off. It's one solid, one player down, 3 more to go in order for their team to make their way on through. Now Freakle is kind of to come back to and help out too. So I like their kind of schematic approach to this. Don't go overzealous, don't go crazy, and hope for the kind of the dice to land in your favor. See what you can get, and they found the first already.
Yeah, a bit of a wounding blow here. It's 2-1-2. Now looking to use that as a push-on mechanism into this position. Maybe find some high ground and then hold them out. Effectively trading places here with 2-1-2. Yep. I love this, as long as they don't get shot at from further inside the circle. That's
the issue, right? I mean, now you can't look in both directions at the same time, but the way that they just leapfrog 2-1-2 here is very smart play by Enterprise.
Love it. Pure Enjoyment, meanwhile, was outside the circle for a long time. They went for a big wraparound to be able to try and find themselves a spot. And actually, no, it wasn't Pure Enjoyment. Who was it? It's the pink team down in the south. They've both got the same logo because it's the G-Loot logo. I've been tripped up. Never mind.
Getting baited by the G-Loot logo.
I know.
Hate to see it. Billum, in the meantime, trying to... I was going to say lay low, but that's not quite the case because he's getting shot at by everyone. So probably trying to do the opposite and make sure that no one's going to be in a position to make an aggressive play on them. The thing is, of course, we do know that we're going to be shifting away from the water. As I say that, Pure Enjoyment, the fight did have to happen at some point. And then Shro now able to find one. Archie there to get the second one down. Fortunately, he made his way back on in after having been knocked by the blue. And now Strobing. This is a nice angle, but he got to push fast because now Extend's gone down.
Yeah, I completely cursed in Pure Enjoyment there because I don't care. We're the ones rotating in the blue, and now they've come in and I've been able to absolutely smash their position. Goes for a bit of a spray down there, a little bit of a lean, has to go for the cover. Can't quite convert.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Only one first. They can't really go for it either. Thing is, Lena on the other side knows exactly where he has Shro. That nade, does it bounce far? Yeah, it does. Actually, a bit too far on that one. Pure Enjoyment. You still have Lena sitting, peeking on over. I like the use of flashbangs here. Don't want to take anything for granted. Flash off as much as you can and then make a run on back to your teammates. Get inside the circle so that even if you do get knocked, there's a chance for your teammates to come pick you up.
It's rough here for I Don't Care being held out the way they are. Because, I mean, eventually you have to pick an entry point, and it's taken them a little bit too long to be able to do so. And now they're going to be held completely out in the blue here for quite a while.
Yeah, it's again, I mean, just smart decision making by Lina here. It's no reason to go like to overextend and risk dying in a 1v1 when you have two teammates further inside the circle that you can rely on to help you out. So smart decision making on their part to not only get the kill but also not really take any casualties, at least not by the end of that fight.
Cheeky pop, easy 1, 2, 3, and we move on. The circle has moved on as well, as Team Rage has found themselves still found in a nice position with those warehouses, maybe even a bit of a donation of a crate, but unlikely to be able to go down there without being shot at by a hailstorm of fire. And Kumuk still trying to sneak in behind Team Rage.
Yeah,
might find something.
We'll see how long he gets to stay alive for. There are still 44 players alive, so the hope for placement points, of course, still a little ways away, but we'll try and keep you posted on that one. Otto, in the meantime, seeing opponents over the top, realizing that they ain't alone on the southern side of the circle here. And now Eivel is far down south. You can see it on the minimap in the bottom right corner. He's potentially got a one-on-one with Danny. And should he come out on top, that's a very dangerous kind of flank off angle that he could assert onto his opponents.
And it looks like the rest of Bitfix are actually converging on towards that spot. Meanwhile, Enterprise being shot at here as they try and make an entry point. In between, this is, if it was ever trying to thread needle, it was going to be this, but it's not going to work out. Double, as well as the other boys are able to take out this. It's an absolute massacre, Toby.
Yeah, no way they were getting anywhere close there. And I love the fact that when we saw Vikobi positioning for this exact thing earlier as well. Oh, is that a good nade?
Oh my.
Right on the money, finds him. I think this is off of info that Eivel's been able to give him. He heard someone up above him and says, Otto, I know exactly where he is. Lob a nade up there, or down there, I should say, and you get yourself a kill. Now Eivel can wrap up, and this is exactly the angle that was dangerous to go up against. He's now able to wrap up around, and that's, I mean, that's SG losing all control in this fight.
Man, that was picture perfect. So now here, Bitfix can easily try and push on towards this position. It's going to be difficult for Synergy Esports to really hold off against the torrent of aggression that could easily come from there, especially since Bitfix wants this land. They want to be moving slowly in towards this circle and encroaching on it. But Sakura is even taking some pot shots from the west.
There should be no way that they get to stay alive here. I mean, yeah, they get the rest, which they now don't. But there should be no way that Buffalo gets out of here alive. The smoke is now fading. A new one is blooming, but it's not going to matter. Killikai able to find him. That's Synergy out in 12th place.
Very nicely done. Easy pickups here as we continue on pure enjoyment. Looking for a bit of a fight here and continuing through with this. Finding a few pot shots as well. And actually even getting themselves at least one, but... we have ourselves a bit of a stalemate for the moment. Gonna throw a flash on over, see if we can connect with that, and then go for the spray afterwards with the 3 times.
Yeah, this is the issue of taking the fight on this side of the circle. You're so exposed to everything that is towards the east of you, so no matter where you try to kind of engage from, you always have to worry about getting shot in the back, and that's exactly what happened there. Shiftless now with the top tries to find something. Not gonna matter though. Fortunately for Segi, the damage is done for them. And they now get to get the rest back on up. And, well, with the circle having gone south, they should be able to make their way into the hills just north of them.
Yeah, there's going to be an urgency on finishing those fights as fast as possible as well, because now, slowly, Team Rage is going to want to start moving into the circle here from the west side, and they could easily use this opportunity with those hills, etc., to move south, use that area, and then eventually kind of stage their plan moving north after they've eliminated threats down there. But they do know as well that threats are going to be coming in the north from them already.
Another full speed forward. Let's see if it works. Fortunately, this spot they opt to go for is a spot that isn't at least heavily contested, but that's up until here comes Exhalation. Fortunately, though, damage is being done in return, and for now, DG able to stay alive, but here comes the cavalry. The remaining 2 players from Exhalation pushing up. Sunsea left player all on his own, and again, I mean, there's barely even room for one team here, and I think that shows right there.
Oh, once you claim the middle of this, oh, they are getting mollied though, and that is from the fry pan into the fire. This is difficult really to deal with. Running through another molly. Oh no, Drain Gang, you're gonna have to do something about this. It's best to arrive there and be in the middle, because anything that crashes into the side, Exhalation got absolutely blasted as they made their way forwards. But Team Rage knows where this team is now, and I don't think they'll let them off lightly.
No, and this is playing perfectly into the hands of Team Rage, honestly, because they knew they had to make a move. They had to go somewhere, and what better then kind of a free third-party opportunity just down below their compound inside the circle as well. So finally, Debbie goes down just short of placement points too. That's unfortunate. He fought for so long, and now we make our way into placement points. That's just the way it goes sometimes. And now, I mean, for Team Rage as well, they know they have a lot of players kind of tunneled down inside those containers and can play around that, and they should be allowed to spread out accordingly, kind of with that info in mind.
Yeah, and speaking of spread, really liking the Bitfix spread over on the east side, controlling quite a bit of area. You've got a constant looking at the angles here, making sure Bitfix is not going to be trying to move in from that south side, trying to hold down the guys in purple. I heard thunder and lightning. If I disappear, Toby, you know why. Ah! Oh no, please stay with me. In the meantime, let's see. Ival does find one. Ival finds the second as well, finds the third, two, and all of OP out in but a second. Playing strong. Ival, of course, one of the OGs of OGs in PUBG, is still playing strong. Imagine having to go up against Ival in this bloody lobby. Jeez Louise, he just absolutely lasered them down. Ferris as well, looking for some shots on towards the Drain Gang, up in their little crates area, because, guys, eventually you got to move from there. Hopefully some of your cars are still functioning, because it's going to be difficult.
Yep, open fields galore is what they have to work with. Now, let's see. Rage, back to you it goes. No lethal utility, unfortunately, for Schofield. And I don't think any of the rest of them have any either, because they would probably have bluffed it forward if they had, knowing that they have all those players sitting down there. But of course, the circle has kind of gone in their favor. The issue is there are two players just south of them that could try and punch them in the back here.
Yeah, and the circle now is divided up kind of 50-50. You got a little bit of hills. Careful, Lazar, using that like an absolute laser here to his advantage. The AWM turning around as well, just taking even more shots. And that's actually going to cause huge problems down towards the side for ZK here. They're going to be taken down here by Team Rage. This is... Team Rage is loving this spot at the moment.
Yeah, that's a crucial spot as well, knowing that, spotting those two players over the top and being able to help his teammate out with it too. Let's see now, swapping over to the Ace 32. Not a gun we've got to see a whole lot in competitive play, or I should say at all in competitive play yet, but curious to see if that's going to be a house-held gun or if it's going to be one of those throwaway ones like Scars and other guns we've got too.
Yeah, you got to have a bit of you've got to have a bit of bang to yourself if you're going to compete with an M4 as well as barrels. It's not often something ascends to those godly heights, but now once again still holding the threats down towards the south. I mean, Team Rage has done quite a bit over here on this side, but I feel for them once this actually push comes in for Divan. I think Divan can actually make something happen here if they're able to push around this little corner and really bring the fight to Schofield, dropping some flashes, trying to go for it. Here comes the M4. Will he be able to find the heads? Will he be able to find that spray? Goes for one, doesn't find it though. Shahar be able to turn with that and get the conversion.
Nice spread from Divan there, and not relying on both players sitting in the exact same spot, but using the field to their advantage and granting themselves the upper hand in that fight. Now, I mean, Bitfix, they're doing a smart job and kind of forcing Team Rage to go into other opponents, pretty much just setting up third parties for themselves to engage in. Sheep herding opponents straight into one another, and they can just kind of sit back and wait for the chaos to unfold. The issue is the Coruscant is still alive south of them, and I'm not sure that they know exactly where physics is.
Look at the split from Bitfix right now. They're attempting to control the entirety of this circle, and rightly so. I mean, they had so much room to work with earlier. They controlled that room well. Sakura was one potential threat, but they held them in those buildings for so long they didn't want to move. And now the circle, very much so for Bitfix.
Yeah, they're sitting very, very, very well in it. But again, I mean, if we were to kind of count up hours or days or years of competitive experience that is in this lobby, I mean, this one team here probably sits on the vast majority of that. So it makes sense that a squad of 4 with the amount of knowledge and playing experience that these 4 have, they can do these things. They can spread out. They can take more control, because the thinner you spread, the more you rely on the communication to be on point and your call-outs and all that. So for a team like Bitfix here, yes, they as a 4-man might not have the most experience playing together, but just individual competitive experience it just works out so well, and it allows for them to do what they do.
100%. I mean, look at where Ival is right now, just taking shot after shot. They've left him alone, knowing that he can hold his own alone against teams like Divan up the hill at the moment. Great use of the smoke, great use of these trees and foliage. A little bit of a dip there for him to retreat back to once he's getting some shots in between all of these shots himself. And really impressive stuff for game number 1. And even the trade from Kiliakai, good cover fire coming in.
Yeah, crucial assistance from the side, because Ival, I mean, just with the smoke and the tree for cover, was even starting to get tagged up there as well, but able to now make a move, and they're just like they're punching the way through this to perfection. Very, very solid plays coming up from Bitfix here. Just 3 teams left alive now.
It's why we brought them up alongside teams like Sakura in the pre-show as teams that are going to be fierce, teams that are going to be patient, use this control, use this opportunity. And Zeki going to be going down over at the bottom. Kiliakai being able to get that one. Oh, nice little knock though coming in from Team Rage. Can they put up a fight against this? It's 1v3 at the moment.
Yep. Oh no, Flash is thrown forward. They know exactly where they have them. Exactly. More Flash being lopped on in any case. The first 4 wasn't going to be enough. Now, Keto over the top from behind will make the run up forward as well. They did get the rest on up. One goes down from both sides, though. Just one player left alive from Team Rage. Ival spots him, takes him out, and there you go. Bitfix Gaming 12 kills as they go on clean-up duty in game number 1.
It was excellent control, really good control. We were talking about how they came in a little bit later. Well, I say later, that's not what I mean. They came in from the south side. They had room to work with, but how were they going to approach teams once those circles moved a little bit north of them and potentially had barriers? And they were able to do it masterfully.
It's so incredibly difficult to fight uphill the way that they did, and the fact that they make it look so, I don't want to say easy, but so doable. They never take a casualty. I don't think they had more than 1 or 2 knocked players in the entire game, and they were going from fight to fight to fight to fight. That was incredibly impressive to watch.
Definitely so. All right, well, we're ready to go to a break, and then when we return, we'll be joined by Vugo once again. So we'll see you in a few.
More to go.
Want esports just a click away from your daily games? Join G-Loot and compete in leaderboards and more. No queue, no qualifiers, all the action. Fill to the brim with rewards. Use your winnings and rewards to unlock gift cards. Sign up, install the PC app, and compete. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, everyone. That was an amazing first game on Miramar here in the G-Loot monthly showdown. Before we have a look at the highlights, I wanted to ask both Toby, starting with Toby actually, what team stood out for you in this first map, and why?
I think just the way that Bitfix played that entire end game, it was a showcase of a team with that much more, I want to say, experience than anyone else in the server. The fact that they can spread out and take so much control and make it look that easy is it's not something you get to see every day, and it's amazing when you see it not only be done but also be done the way they did it.
Yeah, Bitfix obviously winning this with 12 kills, finishing last as well. The easy pick, Calaris, are you more daring and telling your team?
You know, it's weird. I actually really wanted to pick a team that got kind of obliterated, which is Karagumruk. Because actually, if you think about the position that they were initially in terms of their drop and then moving into the circle, they could have, in theory, had a lot of what Bitfix had, you know, maybe Bitfix not like moved in and eventually eliminated them on their path to victory here. So if it's kind of a weird hindsight thing for me that I'm trying to play out here, but like technically they could have had that land. But anyway. That's by the way.
Yeah, let's have a look at some highlights from the first map.
I mean, this one here was a perfect example of. I mean, that one in particular. We talk about it, and I like to think that there are some things that I should just stop mentioning at this point because we've talked about it so much that people know by now. But then you get surprised to see people go out and suicide themselves, even though they had the numbers, right? The way that Sekiro Sanson makes that two-person push in, knowing that one is probably going to get knocked, but being able to rely on your teammate and take us to get the kill there is exactly how I want to do it.
Yeah, very nice indeed. As I say with Karagumruk, I think like obviously they understand like the good players, which is going and find those high priority compounds. As we take a look at this once again, poor Exhalation, they just have nothing to work with there. But there is something of value for a team like Karagumruk of just taking it a little bit slower towards the circles, kind of like a Bitfix here, given this position. And you saw how much room that Bitfix had to work with at the end. Ival holding his own in that one lone position where the other three are taking that spot away from that, and some great lines of sight from Kilia Kai to be able to have those covering shots available. You can tell just by watching one game alone the veteran status of this team.
And yeah, with that said, let's have a look at the scores from the first map. And as we mentioned here, Bitfix finishing off with 12 kills, but Vicurvi, your underdog pick, Kelaris, as you said, they were a team that was definitely going to bring a lot of firepower into this one, getting 10 kills. Anything else that stands out here from the leaderboard from your end, Kelaris?
You're right, though. Kills coming out of the nose for Vicurvi. Lovely stuff from them. I mean, considering that they had a bit of a harder time getting towards some of those later circles, I love it when you watch a team that's, again, kind of got veteran status like they do, say, okay, we are going to have a hard time getting towards the middle of this circle. Let's just shoot at everybody else that's moving past us. And you saw Double was able to get some exchanges alongside the boys there as well. So nice to see them getting double digits here.
Toby, for you, anything?
No, I mean, I agree. The fact that they managed to pick up that many kills, and I mean, considering the fact that they went out, well, I want to say before all the chaos really commenced, that they can rack up 10 kills in that fashion is not something you can see done all that often. So kudos for them to turn a very difficult kind of salvage mid game into a 11-point game there.
Yeah. And you know what, boys? We're already ready for the second set of Miramar.
Really?
So I'll head it over to you guys.
Well, yay us. There we go. Thank you so much, Ruko. We head on over to Miramar for the final time of the day, for the final time of this monthly showdown. Because there are only 2 Miramars to be played, to then be followed by 3 games on Erankle, James.
I'm worried, Toby. I'm not usually this spoiled. How did we get into a second game so quickly? Normally, I'm like, all right, I'm on the desk. I'm asking 10 million questions. Why? How are we in the game so fast?
It's just 2022 things. I mean, let me knock on some wood and let me throw some salt over the shoulder and all that stuff, and just say that's just how we're gonna do it all year. You know, set up the lobby, get going, stop talk, start game. That's just how it is.
All right, and it's looking like our playing path is quite generous to us again to a certain degree. Maybe not for those teams dropping all the way up to the north, but we will be heading just slightly north, shy of Los Leones, for all of these teams to find themselves the right spot.
Now, what was interesting, especially in that previous game, was actually, I mean, taking into consideration what you just said, that previous playing path, were all those teams, because there were a lot of teams up north, were they going up there because that was their priority spot? Or were they going up there because that's kind of what the playing path allowed for them to do? If it's the first, then we're going to be seeing a lot of team having to opt to go to alternate drop spots this time around. Because as you said, I mean, even going to El Sahara in this playing path is a stretch.
Yeah. I'm going to lean on the latter, and like with that playing path that they had before, I think a lot was open to them, right? So that felt like their go-to drop spots for the most part. Although we are seeing, some slight adjustments here and there. I don't care finding themselves alongside the Picado split. Just being able to have that road available to them. There's going to be lots of trash loot along that road, for example. But if things start congregating this heavily in the west, and we don't get a western circle, I'm concerned for those teams in the west.
Again, I mean, rotation paths on Miramar, they can be brutal at times. Let's see who would be blessed. Well, that's a western circle.
That helps them.
It sure does.
There's a lot of teams over there, but for teams like Karagumruk and Vikovi, etc., teams like that, they better be getting a move on. And it especially doesn't help them because I feel like they could potentially get held out of the south side of this circle, which might be a problem later on.
That's. I mean, we talked about ways you don't want to start the game in the previous one. This is don't get greedy, Chip. You have a teammate right next to you that can help you out. Oh, Hendrix actually finds one in return. Mustafa goes down too, so sure the damage is done. Grandis does go down, but something is done in return, and now it's up to Enterprise to go. Do we pounce on this, or do we just kind of heap the warning and go, we're dangerous too, and then we don't do anything more with it?
Yeah, I suppose for them, they know that the issue is that they were always going to get that first man up, right? Well, they not at least, because he had so much hard cover compared to the finish here for Enterprise. So early El Pozo fights, not something I'm too familiar with in terms of our super pro level play, but here we are, and that was fiery from the word go.
It has been a while, but I would, you know what? I would rather have early game fights in El Pozo than late game fights in El Pozo.
Yeah.
Let me put it at that.
Yeah, well...
okay, no, sorry, continue.
I think for teams like FaZe, they're happy that these early fights don't happen, but nowadays at least. But, but late game, it takes a while, and that urban conflict can be a bit scary.
It sure can. You mentioned Karagumruk just before, James, and I wanted to kind of go back to them because I agree with you in saying that seeing this circle when you're them is one of those, oh my lord, what are we going to do? But at the same time, I feel like if they wanted, they were blessed with a wrap south around, do it early, and get up. Get up on that west side of the circle. The issue is, with how the plane path was, they were probably the first team to jump out of the plane. So they didn't get to get any info as to, is there anyone down in the southern island? Is there anyone Val Del Mar? So it can be dangerous to rotate into, but they were given a chance to make the wrap early. Now the issue becomes, now you're too late to do that southern wrap, and how do you play into it? From do you just backfill the 9 teams that are going in through Picado, kind of in that trench there, or do you still go south around and tank a bit of blue?
Yeah, it's problematic, right? Because you would assume that a team from Chumacera, for example, would eventually try and maybe squeeze their way into that south side, and then that creates yet another team that's over there. I mean, Karagumruk was in the same group as Drain Gang, and Drain Gang has now moved north from this circle. So maybe you could infer from a little bit of previous rod review of the games that you've played against some of these teams, that might be what's occurring, but even that is a bit of a stretch. So I don't know. If you gave me that plane path and gave me this circle, I'd be super scared of entering the south, even though you kind of feel like you have to do it, right?
Yeah, because like you feel like that's your one approach, but at the same time, you're also going, we cannot be the only team to do that, and we're literally the team that is the furthest away from the circle. So, I mean, they are doing it for anyone watching the map there as well. They are indeed making the southern wrap, and I respect them for doing so because I believe it's a dangerous, but it's the wise decision, making their way all the way down the southern scenic route.
Yep, it will be difficult. I mean, alternatively, you play it slow and you try and, take those fights, make sure hopefully you're in, you've not got the blue very much so at your back, but even that can be a bit dangerous. Anyway, Exhalation versus Enterprise. Enterprise has already lost one, bear in mind. So if Exhalation pushes up against this hard, free kill is on the backside of Exhalation though.
I was just going to say, they have no clue that there's an Enterprise. I think they're thinking that they've called a team in a split because obviously they don't have the intel that it's Enterprise who's sitting up here. They think they've called a team in a split, and now they're realizing that, wait a minute, there's a player behind us. And free kill, whether he opts to shoot or not, he's going to be able to feed so much info across to his two teammates up the hillside.
Definitely so. One Exhalation member's not here as well, so I think that's even worse for Exhalation, all things considered. I think he's caught in between some of the other teams in the east side. Here comes getting around the corner. Shotgun, double pump, and Vash is able to find himself a little bit of a trade already. Wow, they're taking this fight so well, so cleanly against Exhalation's move up.
And again, off of the info that Freaker was able to give them from below, I mean, Deathdrake's perfectly positioned on the roof there. Yanni able to push around the right side because Freaker saw two players make the wrap on the other. Now Sunsi, though, from inside does manage to find one. Deathdrake needs to play fast on this one if he wants to be able to help his teammate out. Issue being that Sunsi is, well, allowed to get the rest on here. Free kill needs to get up here fast, too.
Yeah, he does. And still, that last member of Exhalation, I think, is completely in no man's land to be able to help this out. I'm trying to move up her to help out, but Detrix could do. Here comes iZoom now, trying to do his very best zoomies on that bike. Will he be able to get up in time?
And where do you stop? Where do you take the fight from? He's still on the bike, so Deathdrake's setting all the info here that he's wrapping around the side. Unfortunately, Deathdrake's ready and waiting for that one, and what could have been a perfect flank opportunity doesn't really pay off at all. Deathdrake's finds Sunsi as well, and all of a sudden it's just one player left on his feet. The boom goes down, and they're getting torn apart. Enterprise here, Yanni trying to find the last Schenken, not really in a position to do a whole lot from inside the house here.
If iZoom's close, it doesn't make all those audio cues visible completely here, then I don't know if Enterprise quite easily gets this. And a few shots coming around, but he's so stuck here. It's going to be difficult to get out from this position, be able to help out his teammates.
Yeah, this is suboptimal, to say the very least. Not a good position to be in. Does go for it. Yanni, though, there with the shotgun, ready and waiting. Does get mollied. Wants to run off after that one. Makes perfect sense. Does he get knocked? I don't think he does. But that's one team taken out again. I mean, Enterprise, they were outnumbered, having lost one early on, but they still managed to find all 4 kills there. Great play by them.
I feel like if iZoom tries to look for a cleaner off angle or something like that instead of driving up on the bike and leaving himself as cannon fodder, maybe that's the play. But even then, I think they were in a rough spot considering how far he was away from the team. So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing, right?
No doubt that he was going to be the winning condition for them if they were to go out on top, but obviously a missing amount of information in that one. Let's see now in the meantime, SG trying to go up against OP. Billum, those get taken out in a road rage here. Will more come off of it? Nope, Omada lose one more as Acolyptus goes down. Danny make the push on up the hill, but there are more teams now starting to shoot him from the hills.
Big bossy King Kong coming in with those mini 14 shots and looking for the smoke cover to try and get one picker. I just wanted to say big bossy King Kong. I don't know about you.
I love it. I love it. I'm all for it. When you got a name like that, it has to be yelled at the top of the castle as long as that's just how it is.
That's right. I was loving it. I was done after that. I didn't even care about the rest of the sentence.
I'm feeling really bad for my decision making in clothing today because I pulled on this shirt, and right after I had done so, my wife came and told me, "Oh, but you could also wear this one," and it literally says "King Kong like a boss."
No,
so that would have been the ultimate tribute shirt to wear today.
Oh.
But, unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Well, next time, and you're wearing that, we'll know. All right,
we'll know who the tribute is for. But if I'm okay, you know what? If they win a game, I will change my shirt in the break. Let's do that, shall we?
A big trade going on down here. Sakura being able to take out Karagumruk, just one of the members, unfortunately. But again, actually, they find themselves a little bit of a spot in Monte Nuevo. But Sakura, very, very happy to be able to greet them.
Let's see. Yeah, this is such a dangerous spot to be in. Also, I mean, they might not be aware of this, but they have Karagumruk players spread all around them, like further southeast, right? So how long do you want to spend up here looking around? Well, probably not much longer, because the circle shifted northwest of here, so they have to get going now. I mean, does Karagumruk opt to try and shoot them in the back, or do they prioritize their own rotation and getting in there?
At present, if this goes west, it'll be one of the most west circles I think I've ever seen. This is rough. There are some compounds on that west side I've almost never played in my entire time playing PUBG, Toby.
No, it's pretty treacherous. Also, obviously, with there being so many mountains that we're going to be shifting away from the next circle, a lot of teams are now going to be trying to set up in we expect the next circles to go over here. But the thing is, the circle coming up after this one now can literally go anywhere. So as much as you hope, like, kind of try and play the odds, there's an equally big chance that you get thrown a crazy curveball like hot western shift here, because that would be terrible.
No, indeed. I mean, Pure Enjoyment's trying to kind of slip in there a little bit down towards the south, as now Bitfix has trained their laser sight on the Marbo here, who in the past, just in general, he goes down very quickly. I mean, the Czech Republic has produced so many amazing talents. It shows how deep that kind of region is. Marbo is no exception to that, but just gets absolutely blasted here by Bitfix.
Yeah, gotta back off here. Kiko does go down. Nice hold from 2-1-2, not allowing for them to wrap out any further. And that's the issue, right? The more you stretch it, the more vulnerable you become. And them losing one in a position like that, pretty much bound to happen. Now, Demon sitting up here. They are split right now, but they have all Team Rage pulling up on the doorstep.
The perfect opportunity to try and take them out here. Devo actually blasting them upon arrival. It's only up to Lazar now to really try and kind of salvage this situation. Here come the nades out. If he wanted to make a move up, that was going to be able to zone him out anyway. Spraying down. All he has is the car to work with, and they are absolutely lighting it up.
If there's a tutorial anywhere on how to not allow for a team to reach your compound, that make a clip of this. That's it right there. Their position, I mean, because they had to regroup while all of that was going on. But the way that they run down the hill to get back into the compound, the way that they kind of get into each their position, just perfectly set up, that was incredible to watch. Because sometimes you see that one player that gets 2 knocks in a quick fashion. This was 3 different players finding 3 different knocks right after one another. They were just all perfectly set up for that one there.
Very, very nicely done. I don't even mind the fact that the nade is like just ahead of the car, because any opportunity Lazar has to try and move up against that, sorry, there's a nade in your way. We know we're going to have angles on you on that car alone, and it's going to be fine. And Karagumruk, they have angles on them from Pure Enjoyment, and Sakura is kind of in that area as well. Tekkas is going to be able to take that trade, goes for it. No, Fancy's able to get that second knock though off the back of him, so maybe they can get Tekkas and go for the trade. But here comes more Sakura barreling down.
They're ready for the fight. Even got the shotgun in hand. Ready for the up-close fight here. Let's see. Will they get the rest? Does he commit to it? Oh, my lord, he does. Tekkas is 1 or 2 points of bleeding left, but he stays alive now. Salty able to fight one as well. There doesn't seem to be any push from Fancy coming out, but shotgun in hand. Make that a nade in hand for now anyway. Tries to make the run on. Outspots one. Somehow Physics doesn't get that knock? What?
I don't understand. He was like behind. It was, that was those moments in PUBG where you're like scrambling and circling around a person really close to you, and sometimes you can't see them. And that had to have been the case. It was an absolute scramble in close combat.
That was incredibly confusing to watch. In the meantime, the circle has gone into a pretty terrible spot of its own, going further up towards the northwest here. So while chaos ensues being caused by the players, the circle is also going to add a little bit of spice to it.
Once again, I've seen Big Bossy King Kong. I've seen a DBS in this game. Now we had an Orm not doing anything, but the fact that I get a DBS as well, I'm a happy man already, Toby.
I'm not complaining. Not complaining at all.
And Karagumruk's gone, so they will be complaining. Sorry for those guys, as we now have Synergy Esports pushing up against this position. Vic Curvy, though, has players all around them somehow. I don't know how Synergy's going to get out of this one.
This is going to be really, really difficult. You can see now peeking on over here as well. Does manage to find one, fortunately.
Bye-bye.
Fortunately, the teammate is there. 2 down. Make that 3 down, and that is Synergy out. And again, I mean, Recurry in a position where everyone's fighting around in the open, but still seemingly able to maintain full control of the situation.
Very, very swift death for Synergy. And now we see as these circles continue to move on, you're going to have to see Sakura Zenzen moving north. Where was Vicurvi? Okay, they were all the way up in the north, so they actually have a lot of room to play with. Considering that they eliminate that threat, I think all they're going to have to do here is eliminate the team coming in on that northeast side, and then from there, the world's their oyster, effectively.
Yeah,
and they've seen them.
Let's see here if Mr. Big Boss can make that wrap around. Victoria, of course, will get their audio cube. Will they be able to do damage and potentially stop them from making the transition all the way across? The thing is, Paints is already down inside Trailer Park. So if that's what they're opting to go for, Victoria already has the info. There's a team coming in that direction.
And, well, unfortunately for these guys, shots continue to rain down. I think they're going to get knocked eventually, surely.
Yeah, I'm not sure they even know where they're going at this point. It's a pretty brutal rotation. Now they go into phase 3 blue. They've both taken damage, and you're going to be driving out there at least for a little while trying to make that wrap around. The thing is, if they do get around the hillside into the other, this next circle should shift straight back to the east, essentially where they came from. Because we're going away from Feinodo's mountain, we're going away from Killiguy's mountain, we're going away from the southern side, and we should be going northeast, unless if we get one of those weird and wonky, we could have never expected that kind of circles. We should be going straight back into where they essentially just left.
Yeah, and I think Big Bossy King Kong and those guys, for them, the threats don't stop here, right? Because Vicurvi knows that there's only very limited entry points from where they've eventually driven to anyway. So they're going to be paying attention to that angle wherever this circle goes now, as it goes their way. So all they have to do is hold kind of west of Trailer Park and be like, yeah, we're good against any of those guys that survived that rotation.
Yeah, if you're them now, you have to make that like quick play up towards the compound on the hillside and sit there and just sit tight.
Yeah,
you don't want to be the ones having to push into opponents when you're outnumbered the way that they are right now. In the meantime, Enterprise trying to do a similar play, but on the east side of the circle, they want to get into this next one too as fast as they possibly can. Seki, they will hear and see the rotations coming through, but at least for now, all of Enterprise still on their feet.
And if you're Enterprise, I think a successful campaign for them might... Yeah, you've got into the hills here, but I feel like the successful campaign will be trying to get across the road into some of those little buildings. Because that point, at least you don't then have to cross the road if you just kind of go for this blitz now and then play wherever the circle goes afterwards.
That is what you would call prime real estate. So might as well just full speed forward and try and see if you can claim some of that. I mean, whenever you see that it's free, that is. In the meantime, him and Tegas left on their own down to the southern side of the circle. You do have Drain Gang in and around here as well with a good chance the third party, but when are they going to shoot?
Drain Gang, so patient, going for 2-1-2 here. It feels like 2-1-2 has been in the crosshair of every team we've actually looked at across these two games. And now, unfortunately, they might be paying the price once again.
Yeah, CC. We'll see if he can get a good angle there. But again, the third party comes in. I mean, 2-1-2. They're just caught in between teams nonstop. And well, fortunately, a little bit of relief as they do manage to find Himan, but Salt is still left to be dealt with, and they got a Groza in hand as well. Not really something you want to be going up against in a compound fight.
Oh, indeed. Ironically, of all the people that was able to get eliminations, though, it's Corpse Bag. He goes for 3. Okay. Oh, wow. He is able to do it, but he needs to get healed up, and then he's going to get shot completely as soon as he comes out.
Yeah, not going to happen. Callbacks falls. Feinodo, he's been chilling on this hillside for a while. Now, of course, has to make his move on into the next circle as well. Bitfix from a high caliber win to a 0-kill game. They do still have 2 players alive, but curious to see how much it's going to amount to with the position that they're in. Kildika on one hillside, Feinodo on the other. They will have to, at least I would have to assume, get down from those mountains at some point soon. Yeah. Where do they go from there?
And I think we're seeing, as you take a look at that map just then, why Team Rage was sending all the way towards where Divan was. Because Divan sat here for a while. It's a great compound to hold. We've seen Divan execute effectively against one of the biggest teams in the lobby, one would argue, in Team Rage. But you understand why Team Rage would go so aggressively towards that. But look at the lines of sight Divan has from where they are in that compound. Anybody in the south is cannon fodder.
They can literally see the entire circle from here. I mean, I guess with the trailer park as the exception, they can pretty much see everything that isn't up there now. Well, let's see here. Peshka able to dodge and weave and not take all that much damage from the nade in the meantime. Break the rules, trying to get damage in, and they do find a double. Killer B able to get 2 down with the nade, and that's going to be the 3rd in as well. Nice play from Break the Rules, taking out Drain Gang, and potentially a spot in the next circle.
Very nice, eliminating that threat. Now you've got opportunities to play some of these hills where you may not have before because maybe there was somebody potentially shooting at your back. But we need to move. Even though they're shooting everybody east, we kind of need to move west. But I mean, if you want to go for the kill points, that works as well. Getting in cars now, looking to make that move. Bitfix might be the ones to try and hold you out in terms of some of those lines of sights, but so is Divan. They're going to be looking towards this south position too.
I mean, for Break the Rules, they wanna, I would say, wait for a third-party opportunity. Maybe a team crashes into Divan's compound. They can then engage off of that. But at the same time, you don't want to rely on a team to do that work for you. So might as well just make the aggressive play now. We can, in the meantime, dodging what seemed like a heat-seeking missile at one point. Able to get away from that one. Pain's also trying to make a run on up. He's got the smokes for cover. That nade, so much damage done, but just not enough. Second one, though, coming through. They know exactly where they have it. That one's going to find Big Boss, but still got good left alive.
And a molly comes out as well here. Payne's really playing this very nicely. Somehow, Good Guy Gecko is still alive. But this fight was foretold 6-7 minutes ago. We knew that they were going to try and push it on this west side of Trailer Park. And Vicurvi, because they're great players, know that this was going to be where the fight was going to be going down. So they were anticipating this for ages. Great execution.
Exactly. Yeah. Not taking anything for granted at all. Don't care about what's happening in the center of the circle. We can't really focus on that before we've dealt with the team right next to us anyway. So a smart decision making on their part to get the kills, and now they can play pretty much backs free, or at least we know that they can. But of course, there's always the fear of the snake behind the rock. So never. Ooh. Nice touch with the bike that one accidentally run over a teammate. And now, I mean, we're talking about Killica and Otto. How are they going to get down from the hillsides? And now, in the meantime, Otto has managed to find his way to the center of the circle.
Not too bad, but let's stay alive for now. I mean, he's looking for information, and that's cool. But if it's me, I'm chilling. I'll hide all day long. And Yakai here looking for some pot shots on towards Enterprise, who have done well considering the start of this game here. They found themselves a spot. They got across the road like we kind of hoped they had done, which could have been a bit treacherous for them. And now the biggest threat to them, I still feel, is Divan here.
Yeah, I mean, 2 issues for Killikai here is 1, if he gets knocked up here, there's no way in hell Odo is ever going to get to rest him.
Yeah.
2, him shooting now alerts Lena on the other side of the mountain that there's a player up on the hill. So if this next circle goes away, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy, but I mean, let alone the fact that Killikai has to spend at least a half second midair jumping down, there is going to be a chance for you to get a good shot in. Fortunately for Killikai, he will get to stay inside the next circle. And as a matter of fact, the only 2 players in this next circle are the 2 players from Bitfix. So I guess them being outnumbered, the game decided to give them a little bit of a helping hand with the next circle shift.
Yeah, I'll definitely assist a little bit. I love what you say about kind of the audio cue from Killiakai, because of course he did start shooting at teams like, Enterprise over the other side, right? And that gives Pure Enjoyment just that little bit of extra information, which is super crucial for them when they're trying to plan their move into this circle. But still, Trailer Park has lines of sight on them. Divan is posing a threat here to Enterprise up towards the top, now knowing that they have to move away from this compound. And this was always going to be the threat that Enterprise had to deal with, but so far hasn't.
I'm loving the way that they spread out from the compound right now and trying to get more control early before all kinds of help breaks loose and the blues on their back. So do the damage before you get pushed out by the circle. So unfortunately, they do lose 1. Fair will fall as Killikai over the top gets some damage in, helped by the remaining Enterprise players too.
And Killiakai is sowing chaos. The problem with that position, as I say, as long as he doesn't get knocked, he is such a menace. Nobody can see him when he's lying down like this. And he can see everybody. Those are, I mean, how tempting is that? But of course, you're not going to just start taking massive shots and hoping that you knock 3 in quick succession. Just working with the information you've got is the play here for the moment.
Now, let's see. How many people's thorn in a heel can you be in one endgame? Okay. And when is enough? When are you opting to say, you know what? I think I've played this hillside for long enough. I don't think he's ever going down from there, to be quite honest with you. I think he's staying there for the rest of the game.
It may as well, right?
He can see the entire server. He can literally see the entire server.
Just feed the information to your other teammate in the middle if it needs be. Oh, nice shots. Gets the one. You got to get the confirmation at this point.
Yeah.
You're not in line of sight of the other guys. Get the confirmation. Another easy kill point, 4 in the bag. And look at another team from that point on, because the other players from that team are looking at you right now. Do it. Do it.
On a prone down there. Everyone thinking, oh, I'm prone, I'm safe. But we still have the eye in the sky. I mean, Killer Guy is essentially a drone with a gun turret attached to it, just flying around, being a nuisance to everyone else trying to get to cover.
Oh, no.
No one can peek anyone because of Killer Guy right now.
The hobbits are trying to take the ring to Mordor and the Mount Doom, but it's just not working. The Eye of Sauron sees all, hears all, and keeps shooting it all.
I was gonna say, imagine if the Eye of Sauron had a gun too, right? I mean, it's not exactly making things any easier. And I guess one person that does get to shoot is Otto with all the info in the world. He practically has a free UAV working for him. And now Otto finds one, Killer Guy with the knock. Otto there to find Paint as well. And again, I mean, this is what they need to do in order to survive this. They know it's not going to be a play safe, rotate safe. They need to do so much damage, or as much damage, I should say, as they possibly can before having to fight teams face on.
My favorite thing about this is the easiest job of the observer's life, because Kiliakai is doing the observing for them. He just stay on his POV.
Essentially. Look at Kiliakai because he sees all anyway.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well,
of course, he has the info on that one too. Of course, makes perfect sense. PET and the Kirby, a fight bound to happen. How much of it will Kiliakai be able to obtain though?
This is really interesting, because if they even show their side, then Kiliakai starts raining down shots as well. They need to deal with this fight and keep themselves covered on this right-hand side as they push forwards here. But again, they're against Vikurvi, who are absolutely laying in it thick here with those nades, with those mollies, looking for the opportunity. Gets a knock-on double with a molly. That's a brilliant opening to move forwards.
Pure would love to be able to wrap around the other side of this hillside too, but because of the position that Kiliakai is in, can't do a lot. Fortunately, Lena is there with the final flush and now so one more falls, and that's going to allow for Pure Enjoyment to push further forward. Otto, though, up close. He's got, I was going to say he's got Rock Kiliakai for cover. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Illidan finds him as Otto falls. Now Kiliakai falls down the hillside, finally makes his way down here.
Damn, what an excellent push on there by Divan. And they took the perfect angle to negate the Kiliakai problem up on the high ground here. And now, a BTR, they're going to have that problem ensuing with them. But it's going to be Pure Enjoyment versus Diva at this junction, I feel. Let's see who's going to win it out up in these hills.
Let's see for how long can Kiliakai lay low and not really take part in any of this, because at this point, I mean, obviously being a solo player left alive, if the other teams can just kind of do the damage for him, he's still in a position where he can kind of just pop up and start shooting. Issue is that Adam was not going to let him have it. The UAV has been taken down as Kiliakai falls down to just 3 teams left alive.
Illidan says you are not prepared. 2-bit fix, rocking them out, and now Pure Enjoyment. How are you going to be able to push on through against this? Break the rules. They've done well down to the south, I think. Considering the lines of sight other teams had on them, now going to be sending some nades over towards Divan. That's not bad. A little bit of a split.
Bounces a bit far. Issues. I don't think he saw that there was an opponent right over the top of that one.
Agreed.
Force him to fall back, though. So she's able to stay put on his side. I thought it was going to be a peek to follow with it, but not going to have a lot of utility available, though, for Break the Rules. Obviously, the majority of their fights has been at a distance, so haven't really been forced to fight up close all that much. I like the fact that they're not pushing further than this, though, because what you want right now is to force Steven and PET to fight one another, because you are outnumbered, so sit back and try and see if you can force a fight between the two teams.
Yeah, just anytime they kind of move over this hill towards the south, then you just start taking a few shots at them potentially to make them a little bit wary about doing so. But this is a bold push-up to try and take this fight. It is.
I don't want to say unnecessarily aggressive push, but a dangerous one, because, I mean, the further forward you push, the wider you make the angle for Neon to hold.
You're in between.
I was gonna say, one thing is pushing forward, another thing is pushing in between two opponents. That's just kind of is suicidal to some extent, and I think he's realizing now, Sheesh, that he can't go further than this. You can't keep peeking over those ridges. You need to kind of allow for D1 and PET to start fighting one another, because as you can see here, every time you peek one side over the ridge, there's a good chance for the opposing team to shoot from the back.
Yeah, for sure. All it takes is pure enjoyment to say, wait a minute, you're one in this position. Exactly. And then just have a little crest over us 3 and be like, what are you up to over there? Because this has been great flexing of muscles, gotta say, considering how well he's holding them off.
He's been lobbing nades down towards that car for the last 2 minutes straight, and somehow he's only now run out of them. Now, though, smokes are coming in. Somehow PET hasn't really been forced to do a whole lot in this for the last minute or so. It's kind of been she's holding off D1, and D1 not really been wanting to over-engage in anything. And now I feel like there's a situation here where Pure Enjoyment, they have to make the aggressive play. They have the hillside, they can peek on over, use it to your advantage before D1 gets close.
And if you're Sheesh Kapow Pow, you have yourself quite a few smokes still available to you to slowly buy time in that middle position. But still, there is a lot of firepower around you. You've got to be ultra careful about this. And both these teams not wanting to risk anything just yet against the other are maybe going to look for kind of trying to flush out the middleman, as it were. Now sees him insta-taken down by Illidan.
Yep, nice peek from down below. Unfortunately for Neon, not really all he could do to defend from that angle. Illidan does get the flush confirmed as well. So D1, 10 kills and counting. Still 3 players alive on their team. And PT again, surprisingly passive in the playstyle. Now they have to take the fight here. Xiao comes over the top, finds the first one. Trade comes in immediately, though, but finds a double. Now double traded coming in. And this is playing out perfectly for Neon. It's just a 1v1 now.
Yes, it is. How quickly, though, can we take the advantage here? Gets a grenade out, gets a molly out as well. Switches up, throws forwards. Did Idam notice that? Goes for the spray. Perfect chance and takes it. The win goes to Pure Enjoyment from the west side of the circle.
They played it slow. They played it smart. They never over-aggressed, and they wrap up a 9-kill win in a game that I honestly did not think was going to go their way. When we saw them, James, when we saw them that far on the west side of the circle, kind of still behind the mountains, having to push down into that, I did not crown them victorious when there were still 5-6 teams alive. Quite the contrary, honestly.
No, definitely. I think if you're a little bit too more bold and you move forwards, and then you're kind of in that weird situation that Kiliakaya has put kind of the rest of the lobby in, then maybe this doesn't play out like this. But because they were so kind of patient on that west side, I think that really paid dividends for them.
Oh yeah, sure it did. Now that was all Miramar for today. We do have 3 more angles coming your way in just a moment. But before that, we're going to take a short break, so stick around and we'll see you again real soon.
One more to go.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, everyone. That was the second and last Miramar that we were watching, and amazing match, honestly. One of the key moments for me, Kiliakai up on that mountain. I mean, Kilaris, you were speaking about it in the pause here. Give us some more insights of what was going on there.
Oh, firstly, it feels weird to not be saying "Welcome back, guys, ladies and gentlemen," to these segments, but myself. But yeah, it's Kiliakai. The fact that he had such control, like over that, really kind of just asserted Bitfex's presence on the game, which almost wasn't there, right, as them being two people beforehand. If you don't have that kind of position in your two people during all of that, I think if you're just in the center, I think you have no leverage whatsoever. But because Kiliakai had that spot, the leverage was immense that they were able to exert despite being wounded.
Yeah, obviously that was the highlight of the game, but let's see if there were any other highlights.
Probably plenty, I think, Toby, eh?
I mean, this one, literally the first couple of bullets of the game, getting that headshot in early on, and then instantly having a teammate taking down two, and this essentially 2v4 hold from Enterprise as well. And yes, they get the info of a free kill early on, but that was insane that they can buy themselves so much time to allow for free kill to wrap up the hillside. And then you have this one as well. I mean, they were just... what do you call it? Like, denial of breaches was essentially the name of the entire mid game here. Teams thinking, oh, we got the play, we got the plan laid out, we know what we're gonna do, and then the team sitting in the compounds going, nah, nope, we're not budging here.
Oh, indeed. You better read your terms and conditions of all of these contracts, because there ain't no breaching them here, baby. We got Divan as well being able to take on Enterprise, and Vicurvi against Pure Enjoyment. I'm really happy to see Pure Enjoyment be able to take this fight up against Divan, because Divan for a lot of this game were asserting strong control themselves, but Pure Enjoyment taking that fight against them in the hills and then being able to round that game out. It was impressive because we were so happy with how patient they were on their side of the circle.
Yeah, and breaking the rules, staying true to their name, finishing last on the first game and now second due to the good positioning in the last couple of seconds there of the match. Was there any other key moments apart from the highlights, Toby, that you want to point out from this map?
I think, let alone the fact that we saw that absurdly northwest third circle shift. I mean, that was the one that flipped the table for most players, I think, because you go, I mean, either you're sitting there already and you go, oh, well, this is more than we could have hoped for. And if you're not, you're forced to be playing like in positions you probably A, never played before because it's so far up the west side of the map, and B, just really, really difficult open terrain where you're constantly getting shot at, especially with Kiliakai on the hillside.
Yeah, obviously. Let's see how these results map out on the leaderboard.
And actually, with this coming in, the Pure Enjoyment with the 19 points overall, I'm happy to see them get 9 kills. I didn't expect them to get quite as many as they did here, but and then Divan with the 10 coming in. I mean, it doesn't surprise us too much, I suppose, Toby. The fact that they have that compound, they're able to take out Team Rage so effortlessly. I say effortlessly. There was still effort exerted, but obviously it was a clean hold of that attempt at the breach.
I love that Divan pushed out of the compound when they did, because a lot of other teams would get too comfortable behind the walls and they would end up getting trapped in there, but they pushed out, they took control, and that allowed for them to get more kills. And again, I mean, for Bitfix too, not only did they get placement points, but they get kills with it as well. That was a salvage game from phase 2 when they lost some of their teammates, and they still managed to rack up points. That's huge.
Yeah, it could have easily slipped down the leaderboards a little bit here. Could have Bitfix, you're right. But as you say, a great salvage. Pure Enjoyment jumping up to second place after these 2 games have ensued. And actually just quite a few teams here. Divan, Vicurvi, all on 14 kills as a piece. Very, very close up towards the top. Still a lot to play for.
Yeah, and one of the favorites, Exhalation, not performing up to standards. Sitting with 1 point so far. What's happening there?
I think they got... Oh.
Go ahead. Go ahead, James. I'll give you this one.
Fine, I'm eager. All right, don't you? I'm surprised that they didn't win out the fight against Enterprise, given the situation. I think there were some unknown factors for them going in. I think iZoom was a little bit far away. I can't speak to the first game because I can't quite remember it as a whole, but maybe Toby can have his say.
I think, I mean, they had 2 games in a row now where circles did not at all go in their favor. Then they have to fight early on here in this one too. Usually you would go, this is just a throwaway game, but in the best of 5, ain't no room for throwaway games.
Yeah, let's see how they perform in map 3. We're ready to go.
Well, let's hop on over to Erankle, shall we? And I just stole your throw, so there you go, James.
You know what? I do too many of those nowadays. I'm a lowly host, all right? I'm a mere host. I just have to, kind of juggle around with those stuff. But you know what? You've stolen away the throw for me. You steal away the plane, because this one is rough for these teams. I don't want to talk about it.
This one's got military written all over it. Very southern, very inaccessible in terms of getting to most places on the northern side of the circle. I mean, when Yasnaya is a stretch, it becomes tricky to go anywhere north, right? So even school is a stretch. I mean, Potato Mountain is a stretch in this one. And unfortunately, I mean, people or teams will opt to go. I'm actually surprised that we don't have more than 3 teams opting to go melee, because we have seen so many melee games as of late. And with this playing path, you just have to imagine it would go down there too.
Yeah, I think for a lot of those teams, there's just a quick drop, try and find your vehicles, get going. I mean, like if you look at Karagumra, for example, dropping on that west road, that's so symptomatic of, we need our vehicles, we want to go north, find ourselves our usual spot and then play things out from there. But because the plane's so south, the circle's going to be touching it, and we have a relatively south circle as well. So to be one of those teams that has to rotate to a north usual drop spot and then get back to this circle, I think you would just adjust here. I think you trash drop and stick around for a little bit, don't you think?
Yeah, almost definitely. I'm also kind of curious to see how much damage Caper will be able to do with that crowbar. Fortunately, there is a teammate around, so Peshka, I feel like Peshka's spider senses are starting to tingle a bit, in that I did see more than one parachute, didn't I? And, he goes from...
Yeah.
I mean, taking this path, not using the road, going through the trees, I think that's a smart decision made by him. Code, in the meantime, trying to become one with nature, saying, don't spot me, please don't spot me, please don't spot me. We'll be able to get out of there alive. And, now they get to go back to their looting ways. And as you were saying, correctly so, James, trash loot here, spread out, get something good and early, and set up shop.
Look, if you're not Gordon Freeman, I don't count your chances with a crowbar, all right? You ain't going to beat Peshka in a car. Only Gordon Freeman can do such things, but here, not the case. We're going to have these guys. Actually, how did this drop occur? How did Marbo, from Pure Enjoyment, end up here alongside these guys? You got to hope that your shotgun's very, very powerful.
This is 2 teams that have very... they obviously both split in and around this area, but on where this is kind of the furthest edge player on both those points. Issue is the cavalry has arrived for one team much faster than the other. PT still has 3 players that ain't really around here. Now the cavalry, I mean, they are kind of coming in, Lena. I mean, the winners of last game make that too. They don't want to start off this game with an instant loss of a player. They want to kind of ride off the wave of having just won the previous one.
Yeah, and you're not going to be doing that if you get one knocked. There goes his first shot. Second, maybe not expecting the shotgun right around the corner, because that's taking him out very swiftly. Oh, and we have a barrel as well? Oh, okay. Where are they? Hello?
Why aren't they
team
together is my question. Yeah, I mean, they're 2 in the compound. They have a 2v1 opportunity. They hear, I mean, I like the idea. They hear the vehicles coming in and they go, great, we got to go now because the cavalry's arriving. But there was a clear miscommunication in that, because the players just weren't ready at the same time. In the meantime, yet another situation of 2 players sitting side by side. This is not something you see too often. The team rage now, we talked about an aggressive team that could want to try and thrive off of this, and they're going full aggro on this too.
Yeah, they were in here fast and trying to push on forwards, although but a little bit of a lapse in judgment, trying to cross from building to building. We'll see a quick knock here. And again, for Pure Enjoyment, as you say, they want to ride the high of the previous game. They were doing well, looking for the peak. Lazar, though, exactly knows where he is.
Nice peek on through in that one. Coyote is out in the field, still not really in a position to help out. And now 2-1-2 in Sakura Sands, and fighting for compound here as well. We have CC up on the roof trying to get vision of what's happening down below. And, of course, hearing all the footsteps, he's just going to be sitting tight at least. We'd have to imagine not really a whole lot you can do to try and aggress down from here.
No, absolutely not. But anybody that's coming out of that building, you might have a field day with them. But how do you get in these situations?
Teammates are running through the forest to get...
What's going on?
To show what kind of crazy shenanigan early game we got going here.
Like, we're only 3 games in, and already it's Bizarro land. There's some crazy little drops going. But again, it's kind of symptomatic of the plane, right? Like, a lot of these teams not having their proper drop spots, kind of having these collisions here and there. So it's to a certain degree, I can't believe I'm saying this, understandable that we're in this situation.
Oh, no, it makes perfect sense. Yeah. I mean, you're completely right. We pretty much had the playing path that allowed for the least players to, or for the least loot spots to be reached. And
Exactly.
this is the result of it. You're forcing, I mean, essentially, 3 teams can go where they want it. The remaining 13 had to spread out, and that's what's happening here. See Net, nope, nice position up on the roof. I'm surprised that he's allowed to sit up there for so long. But the thing is, there ain't really anyone around that can punish. But it's always dangerous, of course, playing those roofs in the early game.
In terms of a lapse of judgment from Team Rage kind of transition from building to building, I almost felt to a certain degree, as much as you kind of want to get out of this building because you know that potentially reinforcements are going to be coming along, you've got to hear those footsteps above you, right? So any kind of little movement out is so treacherous, so dangerous.
I mean, and with that, I mean, I got to say that's for 2-1-2, they're having only, I mean, now the cavalry is kind of here, but having only been 2 versus 4 players for this long, they played it the only way they could. There's no way they're going to be pushing into that building, getting anything going. So have CC sit up on the roof and have Coltsback sit over on the other side and hold off, waiting with them. Smart decision making now, though. Murphle does go down, so let's see if that's going to allow for a push to come out.
And that's right. Go follow him and on TikTok, apparently, as it's in his name, as he is able to get himself that knock, but not the full flush. Still a few smokes here and there going down. It looks like they're priming it to almost have a big push up here. Just cover some of these windows, cover some of these doors with smoke.
And then look at this exhalation at Enterprise too. They're hearing all this. The issue is they might be fighting one another real soon if they don't watch out, because everyone wants a piece of this pie right now.
And here comes the prime for that push that we were mentioning, now looking to push this on hard. And again, they know that they have the numbers advantage. So this push is not as dangerous as it may initially look. I love the smoke push up with this. This is really textbook. But a knock does come in, Sakura, and they're trying to take it down. But no, this was really, really well done by 2-1-2.
Yep, very, very well pushed. Well done in that push there. And also, I mean, going up against a team like Sakura Sanson, who are very good at those up-close fights. We saw them doing those crates in the previous Miramar game. They know how to fight up close, and yet, I mean, 2-1-2 made it look easy.
Definitely so. But now, they will be eventually aware of whatever goes on between Exhalation and Enterprise and know that maybe they're not out of the woods just yet, as up in the woods on the hill, that fight may go down and you'll get some audio cues from that. But other than that, other teams just going to be rotating in nice and chill. They're completely, well, apart from looking at the kill feed, unaware as to the annihilation that's been going on in some of these situations. But Exhalation's happy to just back off from this. And I think that's pretty wise. You don't want to be caught on just one side of the hill here up against Enterprise.
I like the fact that they disengage, but I'm not sure if I like. I was gonna say I'm not sure if I like Enterprise trying to go aggressive on this, because I mean, for starters, they have a player who's completely isolated from the rest of the teammates, and I don't think Detrix knew that there was gonna be Exhalation players this close. But we do have SG who are kind of wrapping in from behind here. They could, I mean, they are inside the circle, so technically they don't have to go further than here. But if they end up pushing up into Exhalation as well, having said that, now obviously with the southern push they probably won't. But that could easily have forced yet another crazy hilltop fight.
On your backside as well. Synergy's moving up against Exhalation there. And there are going to be shots. iZoom's already taking out Pippa very, very quickly here. Danny's going to be trying to reinforce as well, but I think you got to bail at Synergy.
Yeah. That's that would be the smart play, at least I would say so. Let's see now. Not really going to happen. Danny gets knocked down instantly as soon as they're able to find him. Does he spot the second one? Goes to the flush first. Gets confirmed there as well. And looking at Enterprise here, they come vehicles full speed forward, but the boom is up close with a chance to hold off.
I feel like this is one of the best opportunities to practice with the Ace-32, actually, in a kind of a lobby like this. But we're seeing it in action just then. Again, you know, Exhalation, I felt like they had all of the advantages in the world, but Synergy is bringing the fight to them. Fishes out Schengen very, very quickly. Daboom going to have to be running up from the side here, and that nade could land, as he does have a bit of an off angle relative to the fight that Synergy is currently pushing on.
I like the way that the Enterprise are engaging on this too. Don't don't push too far forward. Just slowly push them in, like force them to run into one another, and then take what's left once that fight comes to an end. You can see they don't want to go and overextend on this. Now they spot one. The boom, single player on his feet right now, and somehow I don't care, just got butchered. And a split second. Happened off screen. In the meantime,
wow.
Capitan finds the triple. Solid play for a solo player left alive to salvage points, but now here comes an entirely new 4-man team, and you're sitting at 32 HP with no ammo in your gun. This is difficult. In the meantime, as well, the circle is just full speed sent it south. This circle is
what?
Terrible, to say the very least.
It's dog water for these players. The brine that hot dogs come in.
We're going back to Millie just because.
Please.
Just because we can.
That would be so good. Oh, they'd be hating it, but loving it. For us, here comes the molly. You're gone. Enterprise, perfect. I mean, they hear that fight going on, and then you see all the knocks coming in. May as well just sweep that up and control all of these hills. But now you've got to go to the dog water circle, away with you, because you've got to find yourself somewhere in there, and it's going to be rough.
In the meantime, Ivel takes on the entirety of Break the Rules, and Break the Rules, despite finishing off well in the previous one, will fall early here as well. We are 11 minutes into this one, and we've almost lost half the server. What the actual hell is going on?
I could use my beat button for you if you want, if you wanted to swear, but no, it's that was. I know exactly what you're saying, mate. This one is rough. You see Vicurvi on this left side here trying to find an entry point. Karagumruk, I wouldn't mind if they grouped up a little bit here, considering this circle is about to get spicy. Take that compound south of you, south of that road, and try and play from there. But even then, that's not amazing, considering where this circle could still potentially go.
This is brutal. This is brutal to an extent that we oftentimes don't see. I mean, this first circle was already going to be pretty difficult to play, just given the terrain. But having this phase 2 shift is not something you could ever really have kind of planned for, because you don't really ever see those massive Fairapure South Haunt shifts these days.
No, you don't. No, you do not. So all of these teams slowly taking up residence where they can. Divan is doing the widest rotate I've ever seen for this circle. This is... Yeah, do that. That's great. The Enterprise continues to be finding themselves in some interesting fights. They did thread the needle through past south of this road and looking for the fight here against Pure Enjoyment. And this, for all intents and purposes, could easily be an extremely valuable compound going into the next circles.
I was just going to say, if they want this position, they have to claim it now, because it's not going to be more than a couple of seconds before other teams hear of this, and they will try and third party. And then you can't be running around outside the building. So you've got to make the push now, especially now that you got the knock. You have to make the aggressive play forward. The issue is, and that's exactly what Coyote is showing there, there's only really one entry to the top floor, and that's the staircase. And as long as that mollied off, you ain't really getting anywhere.
No, you are not. Marbo is actually the X factor potentially of this, as I hear the coming in from Toby. If he has an off angle as they're pushing up against this, that could be, well, now they're all in the building, so I'm a bit in 50-50 mind about it. How can he get an angle on them?
I mean, he should not be pushing further forward than where he is right now. The issue is, if they see where he is, he's a very isolated player too. And fortunately, he does get spotted. So things are going to slow down at least a little more. New circle continuing to go towards Fairapure. Again, not something you see very often, but we're blessed with some odd ones today.
Man, this is rough. Actually, you know where Marbo is? You know what? Stick there, friend. Just chill. Like,
sharing, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to get your mates out of this one. But then, that's an easy... That's a free kill for free kill. As they continue to hold on to this, and now, how do you get out of here? I don't think you do.
Do you?
He jumped out. He jumped out on the other side.
I mean, he does have Mappo on the other side, right? So try and see if you can regroup with your final player. It's not exactly a bad play. He knows that he's completely outnumbered up in the farmhouse, and maybe if he's lucky, Enterprise kind of forgetting about Mappo here is going to allow for a knock to come in, and that's going to allow for Lena to get out of this position. So I like how Pure Enjoyment are playing this one wisely. Headshot does come through. Damage done. Mabo will have to fall back to heal, though. But I like the way they approach this and not taking any too big chances here.
Yeah, the perfect opportunity for a transition to your friend would have been, hopefully Marbo gets a knock and then you try and move from there. Because at that point, they might not exactly be looking. They're trying to res their friend here on Enterprise. But no, they're going to be looking around this corner. No, actually Marbo continues the covering fire. Somehow, some way, still stifling the progression here of Enterprise, who are still looking for the man amidst the bushes.
Yep, it's gonna play it ever so safe here. We do have, I was gonna say, yep, we do have a Kirby making their approach towards Therapy, not looking like they're planning on stopping anytime soon either. So Enterprise now realizing there's a whole new team entering the fray. That's just, you really want to get this done with fast, but the issue is you can't really make the push out yourself because now you're trapped here too.
Yeah. No, 100%. And how do you really transition alongside the south side of this? I mean, there actually is a lot of cover to dart from place to place in terms of the buildings. There's a little cliff faces as well. I say cliff faces. They're about, a few meters tall, but still, they do provide some cover to slowly make your way towards the east, especially if other teams are having their attention turned to each other in these buildings.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, there's not really a way for them to make the push on out without, multiple teams being able to see them. Now, in the meantime, Zeki, looking forward, Mustafa does find 1-2-1-2 in trouble as they make their way towards the circle, coming from the northwest side earlier. One more falls. That nade could be absolutely perfect. We'll see. Does it hit purple? Is he behind or inside? Nope, he's inside the shack, I should say. So both of them will stay alive for now.
2-1-2 continues to be the team in everyone's crosshairs. They have got Team Rage shooting at them as well from that northeast side. So I don't know how you get out of this little shack, or as my lovely French friend says, the Le Guitoun. I don't know why they're called that. And I don't know why I brought that up. Never mind, ignore me.
Yeah, I don't know either. What you do is you just wave the white flag and you go, guys, can we just chill for a second? Because we're all inside the circle and technically we don't have to shoot each other right now. So if you could just let me get some placement points, then I'll be satisfied.
Your mind went straight from French to the white flag. I appreciate that. But yeah, they're having a hard time, I think is fair to say. Drain Gang, meanwhile, just trying to find some shots on towards Karagumruk. And Karagumruk has, unfortunately for them, they had themselves that compound. Again, the circle shifted away. We didn't think that compound was going to be too viable, even though, it was maybe a nice checkpoint for them as time goes on. But no, I think they're stuck in no man's land here.
Is this Karagumruk indecisiveness yet again? I mean, we're seeing damage coming through now, but it's just too little too late. They had a chance to make a play and potentially try and hold out against Drain Gang, but they never opted to make the aggressive play. They allowed for Drain Gang to get into a position from where they could easily kind of just sit back and wait for them to make the play forward. And despite the fact that they're both outside the circle, it's actually Drain Gang making the aggressive play in here now. So I feel like I've seen this from Karagumruk too many times before, where they're given a chance to, if you go aggressive here, yes, it's dangerous, but it could also not necessarily win you the game, but get you into a prime position to win the game. And they don't opt to make the play. They just sit back and hope that better things will happen, and then they get kind of killed half by the circle and half by the opposing team instead.
Yeah, I also feel like, I mean, maybe they were forced into this position, so maybe I can't be too critical. But like, out of the three options you have, be it south of the road, or the Longwoods, I feel like the road's the worst option of those three.
Oh, yeah.
Because they just get absolutely slaughtered and battered in that position. So, I mean, at least in the Longwoods, you can try and make a fight happen, and it doesn't happen. At least in the south, you can try and make a fight happen as Marlborough's continuing that cover fire for his friend. And actually, I can't believe, after all of this hold-up, they've made the transition.
Mabo got the crucial knock, allowing for Lena to make the way towards the next position. That's just perfect. That is the silver lining. We don't care if they win now. As long as they got reunited, that is all that mattered. Now, I mean, if you're really fortunate here and you're pure enjoyment, you're watching this fight unfold, and you might even be able to get a third-party opportunity.
That cover and transition was still a better love story than Twilight. I can't believe how that has played out. Yeah, fantastic.
Wrong. Yeah. That is exactly what you want to see happen when you fully commit to something for 10 minutes straight and it ends up paying off for you. Now, in the meantime, Vicori, well, they made landfall here a little bit earlier, and now, I mean, they know for a fact, I mean, at least they should, that Enterprise is all in this barn house. But how do they approach it? Because they don't want to end up becoming the Enterprise that gets stuck inside the house themselves, too.
Nope, they committed there, and, well, for now, they're in the circle, but let's see where this next one's going to go. I'm thinking Mr. Big Bossy King Kong is going to be happy. And here we are. That wasn't really too
about that one.
No, it wasn't too much of a gamble, though, really, was it, as well, to be honest?
You are a very dicey caster. I like your risk it all type of predictions you got going here.
That's right.
I also Cinder team might be inside the circle. Yeah.
I too, Toby, like to live dangerously, all right? You know, just saying.
Gotcha. Well, let's see. Yanni holding strong with the new Ace 32 again. Still on the... not convinced as of its kind of place in competitive PUBG yet. Obviously, we're seeing it being used here, which is great, but curious to see if that's going to become a house-held gun for players. So if, as you said earlier, the barrel and the M4 is still going to stand strong. What?
Talk to me about the Big Fix split right now. It's big.
It's I mean, that's the kind of what's been their approach throughout the entire day so far.
Yeah.
If you're given terrain for free, well, you take it.
Yeah.
It's that simple. You keep on. You're never satisfied with what you're given. You're always trying to claim more because you know that in the end of it, it's a game of how much space do you control and how many more teams can you force into one another. And by constantly taking more spaces or taking more kind of control, you get more land.
Here's why I like it. I like it because they know guaranteed there's going to be no teams coming in from that east side or the southeast side of them, right? So they have a decent opportunity to be able to kind of know where all the other teams are going to be coming in on them, unless, of course, Team Rage makes an absolute wild rotation around to that east side, which I don't think is normal, considering that they're going to probably play the kind of tip of this Longwood. So I don't mind it. But again, they're still going to have to find some wiggle room when it comes to next circles, I suppose, right?
Yeah, I love the way that the Kirby wrapped around here as well. No reason for them to push inside that house. They know they would never get out of there alive if they did. So wrap around instead. Issue now being that they realize they have a team behind them too. Let's see that nade bounces off on the other side. I don't think that buggy exploding is going to do any damage inside either. Money on point, finds the first one.
He's out.
Inside the vehicle. Prone's behind too, so able to stay alive as CC at least for now, but more players are pushing forward.
Day number 243. We're still in this shed, and we get oh wow, Schofield's gone down. They're actually able to salvage this potentially. They're still in the smoke, trying to go. Which is out. CCNX gets them. Wow.
They get back inside the shack and they heal and they sit tight. That's how they're planning on winning this game. Just force everyone else to fight each other. As long as we got the shack, we'll be all right. At least that's the strategy. And well, I mean, can't really fault them. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're still alive.
Like an APC vehicle, just throwing things out the little slits in the side, looking for little fights wherever they can. We're seeing, once again, Drain Gang looking for maybe an angle on that. And actually, I wouldn't mind if they did a wraparound on the north. But Vikuvi, meanwhile, has been able to take out a lot of threats down towards the south. Enterprise has actually fallen to them for the most part. Green D's trying to survive all of this, but I think Vikuvi is going to be a bulldozer at this point.
Yeah, they're clearing and sweeping the entire southern side of the circle. This one, that is what they do, and that's what they do best. They find Grandies as well. 6 teams left alive as a circle forces everyone down towards the roadside. It's gonna be very hard to find any proper cover here if you're not Big Boss and the gang on the southern side of the street.
Big Boss and the gang. Change their name, right? Okay, that's all we need. But yeah, they are sitting so pretty, I think is fair to say here. Meanwhile, now Bitfix is looking to make a bold play, and I like it because you're not going to be able to play with the south side of this road. Try and move back up to the north, considering the fact that Big Bossy and King Kong boys are actually in that compound. Try and play something from here, but it is going to be difficult, I think.
As Kiko falls down, Otto falls as well as they try to make a Hail Mary send into the next circle. But as you're saying, very hard transition to make your way on through there. There was no way the teams that were already inside had a real need to fight one another. As I say that fight does start to happen. Segi spotted one over. Penia will find Hakatori, but will more come off of it?
Yeah, it's a shame that they take so much in terms of casualties and wounds when they make that transition, because sometimes, you make these calls and it looks like the right call, but still it's not enough because teams are already taking up residency there as the Drain Gang absolutely slaughtering them, as well as ZK up towards the top, finding themselves a nice little spot. Vikuvi just sent it through into the middle on that little shack, and actually they're alive right now, but nades could be a problem for them.
Yeah, we're seeing players make their way over to the now as well. Drain Gang here as well. I mean, I love the way that they've kind of approached this entire mid to late game in their slow pacing and kind of just been taking everything they've been given on the edge of the circle, but doing so in style. You can see them all four running side by side, trying to make the wrap around now as well, not taking any chances here. Nate's being lopped on forward as well. I love the fact that Acalyptus just sent it full speed forward across the street in the car to get into a range to use utility. Issue is it didn't bring a whole lot of utility with it.
Yeah, if there was more utility, I think it would be an amazing play. As an AUG, an AUG even, I should say, so that's not too bad. Zeki Kurt still looking for a few pot shots on against this Vikurva is, but I love the fact that OP was proactive about this. Did they need to move because of circle? No. But did they need to potentially dislodge this for potential next circles down the line? Yes. Oh, wow. Drain Gang completely annihilates the position there of 2-1-2.
Thus the shack falls, but it got them into 5th place, so I suppose that's something. Paints in the meantime will fall as well as Victory continue to take cashes. But you're completely right. I mean, you gotta think a couple of steps ahead, right? Yes, they might not push it, so you're having 4 players on a shack right now. But if we have to cross that street next circle, they're gonna be the one team that can hold us out. So might as well deal with it while everyone else is fighting up the hillside.
Yeah, proper scary potential if you do need to make that transition, as you're alluding to there. So now Armada still looking for an opportunity here to try and push up. As you say, it's such a shame he doesn't have more utility to be able to push this out from, because now he's just holding an off angle and maybe looking for an opportunity. And if he gets knocked, it's a little bit strenuous to try and get him back up here. That's why they're looking for that cover.
Now finding Bill, and now Hibako finds Acalyptus as well. Issue for Armada as they try to cross on over. There are only 2 players alive on the other side, but look at the damage coming through as Hibako and Naoik work together to find all of OP. Did not see them come out victorious in that one, but they do regardless.
And Zeki Kurt looking for off angles here, trying to kind of pick at the bones of this fight that was going on. Hibako and Novik, they are extremely proficient, but I don't know whether or not proficient enough to be able to deal with the oncoming tide. Hibako with a great little angle there to be able to take that. Looking for some cover, looking for a potential pickup, but understands that the threat is going to be chasing him. Drain Gang's coming in as the third party to clean it up, and they get it. As simple as that.
Clean up duty for Drain Gang as they succeed. And just, I mean, they were playing it slow on the top side for a while there. And once they had to kind of turn on the thrusters, that's exactly what they did. Again, force other teams to push into one another. Peshka finding 5. Eva said huge, finding 5 kills as well. Very solid. Just, I mean, there's a reason we didn't spend a whole lot of time looking at them, because they were just playing it slow. They were playing it smart. And by the time we actually got their POV, they were already sitting at 7 kills.
Yeah, a lot of their engagements and contesting of positions was a lot of cleanup. You have them dealing with Karagumruk on their west side, knowing, okay, from that point, we don't really have many threats from there. You eventually have them find themselves a spot in that long woods towards the north, where they eventually have Bitfix trying to transition, and we blast them down as well. And then they pick the bones of this last fight. Really strong, opportunistic play.
Very, very, very incredible job by the Drain Gang to find themselves a good win. Just 2 more games left to play now before we crown the winner of this monthly showdown. But before that, a short break. Stick around, and we'll see you real soon.
One more to go.
Want esports just a click away from your daily games? Join G-Loot and compete in leaderboards and more. No queue, no qualifiers, all the action. Fill to the brim with rewards. Use your winnings and rewards to unlock gift cards. Sign up, install the PC app, and compete. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, everyone. That was the first Erangel out of 3, third map for the day. And to summarize what was happening during that first Erangel, I wrote down some keywords that I heard during the broadcast. So we had crazy drops, we had dog water circle, proper weird, and taking unnecessary fights. And I mean, Kalaris, you're gonna have to explain what is a dog water circle.
Oh, that's an easy one. That's a circle for all the teams that is. There you go. It's how are you supposed to play those circles? It's so rough. I feel bad for the teams, but I feel happy for everybody that gets to watch them because dog water.
Yeah. And the other ones, crazy drops, taking unnecessary fights, proper weird. I mean, that was all the result of the dog water circles, Toby, or what?
I think the dog water circle, just to kind of continue with that phrase, might as well go with it for a little while longer. I think a lot of that was just adding fuel to the fire. That was a first game on a new map with this specific lobby. Dog water plane path. Then followed by the dog water circle. I mean, those three things kind of just working together to create what we just saw, being half the server dead at the 8-minute mark.
Can we not make this a thing? Can this not be a thing? I don't need my name attached to this.
Let's head over to some dog water highlights.
Oh. Well, actually,
this is my lord.
To be fair, this was kind of dog water as well.
Everything really was to a for a good period of this game. Everything was kind of crazy, and I think, I mean, I just gotta set it too. When you have very little to no info on what other teams are planning on doing as we go over to a new map, you give the teams a plane path that only really allows for 5 or 6 different drop spots to be utilized, and then you just go, have fun, figure it out. And they just couldn't figure it out.
Proper weird salvage missions again for a lot of these teams, right? I mean, the team Drain Gang were able to control this west side. That's where they actually win this from as a whole. But I mean, even all these teams caught in Ferry Pier, where they're transitioning from fight to fight, where quite honestly, you don't get that much practice to constantly have to deal with teams up in the top of those barns, shooting down at you as you try and transition from building to building. Even this situation here with Fabako trying to find themselves that fight against Armada as they're transitioning over the road, not a normal occurrence by any stretch of the imagination, but kudos to the teams trying to kind of wiggle their way through this one.
Yeah, and looking at the scores, I mean, the teams that performed well on Miramar, we didn't see them quite that high on Erangel. Anything to take away from the scoreboard here?
I think the most, I mean, of course, Drain Gang 14 kill win, that is massive. A very needed good game for them in a lobby where things were going to be difficult. And this is kind of the issue, right? For the teams that we talked Exhalation earlier, they had their throwaway games. This is the kind of game you want to allow to be the throwaway game, because the plane path circle, we already went over it, it's just so crazy that there's only so many things you can do with it. But because they've already had 2 of those, now adding a third with just a 3-point game here, that's where it gets incredibly dangerous.
100%. Some of these teams that we tout as like some of the big names coming in, I think that their campaign, unless they do something ridiculous in these next 2 games, is all but over. But that doesn't take away from the fact that some of our teams up towards the top that we kind of mentioned at the beginning of the day are looking pristine, nigh on pristine. Bitfax as well as Vikurvi, the great points coming in from them. Drain Gang, I think, really is the big surprise for me so far from these 3 games with the 33 points they've accrued.
Yeah, definitely, but there's still definitely a match in our hands. There's up for grabs for 4 or 5 teams at least. So it's going to be exciting to see the 4th and 5 match coming up shortly. But looking at this, but looking at the score, is there anything else that stands out for you going into this 4th one?
I think, I mean, you just kind of crowned it in saying that it's incredibly close. We just saw Drain Gang get 24 points in 1 game, right? That shows, like, it fires them straight up into top 3. You can go all the way down. I mean, we have 2 more games to play. You can go all the way down and say that Synergy sitting at 13th right now with just 9 points. Sure, I mean, 9 points in 3 games, that's not the way you want to do things, but finish off with 2 strong games now. you're far up in the money. So that's I guess both the upside and the downside to having just 5 games to play is that it can turn around in just one match.
Yeah. We are ready to go for the fourth map, and let's hope for a not as a dog water circle this time around.
God. All right. Okay. Well, I guess that's my legacy now. 10 years of esports 12 years of esports thrown out the window for dog water. Yeah. So I think when you look at these games so far here, Toby, I think one thing that stands out for me for BitFix is the fact that they have looked like they're just playing strong to their fundamentals. They're taking strong splits, strong kind of overall gunplay. And I think that has almost effectively taken them to the top of the leaderboard here so far.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I think they've essentially single-handedly showed the strengths and the weaknesses of this style that they like to play. That is going out and take as much control as you possibly can. When it works, you're pretty much funneling all other teams into one another and just sitting back and enjoying all the third parties you're given. Whenever you lose one player in a split like that, that's when the card house can just start crumbling before your eyes. And I feel like we've seen both of it. In the very first game, I mean, they were all over in that Southern Miramar game. Now here in the final one, because they lose one player, they're forced to kind of hurdle themselves into a tricky spot to play from instead, to then try and make a YOLO sent through all the opponents that they were trying to hurt before. And that's where it becomes incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for them to execute that playstyle.
I mean, look at these drops. Straight away here for game number 4, we are seeing a polar opposite from what we saw in our previous game. A lot of teams being able to get home. A lot of teams being able to find themselves comfort in the start of this. And I think we'll have a slower start here, Toby, but at least for these players, it's not dog water. It's angelic heaven.
I mean, now you said this, and now we're going to see the half the server die in a half second.
Yeah, maybe. Look at the friendly agreement we just witnessed. Just leave. Huh? Beautiful.
Just leave. Ain't worth it. Just leave. Let's see if the circle is going to be good or not. Well, it could not be more coin toss than this.
Yeah. Of course we were going to get a 50-50. Of course. Well, to be fair, today's circles, 3 out of 3 have been relatively wild. So it would be nice to continue with that trend, actually.
It's not like winning a best of 5 wasn't difficult enough already.
Exactly.
We also make it play out in that it's just there's. I mean, for any one of you guys watching that are maybe considering, which I mean, I strongly encourage you to try and take part in some of these tournaments. You will know, or maybe you will learn real soon when you start playing competitive PUBG, that there are so many factors. Like there are so many things that you have to take into consideration. Pretty much no matter what you're doing, whether it's rotating or you're just looting up, how you split and all that stuff. And when you already have that mountain of difficult decisions that have to be kind of made and overcome and done right, by the way, because you can make 15 right decisions followed by the 16th that's wrong, and that throws you the entire game. When you then add on top of that circles like these where you can plan all you want, but you do not have the slightest clue if it's going to go north or south here.
Indeed.
That just adds so much to it. And that, to me, I mean, the worse the circles get and the more funny, we can laugh it off because it does create for some fun moments. I also feel like circles that are incredibly hard to play separates, as you said earlier, the veterans from the up-and-comers or from the not as experienced. And that's really why I think the individual skill is shown the most when our team or players individually kind of overcome those practically impossible, like unwinnable situations.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of the situation. And, you know, a lot of those factors that you have to factor in, usually that boat that we just saw isn't really one of them. Normally, people kind of ignore that boat. But looking at this, I mean, who knows? Given this kind of circle, it might play a little bit of a part. To a team like Exhalation, for example, considering their split right now, they must be feeling pretty happy with where they're at. And coincidentally, they could take that boat. Normally doesn't happen, of course, but, you know, anything goes in these kinds of circles when we get a hard shift, you know, and say, for example, it's even worse if we get, it's even worse if we get ourselves a circle that goes center again and then has the potential to shift up and down again. That's even scarier.
It's because they have free kill on their team, right?
That's correct.
That's how they get these.
Free kill. They have to have one every game at least.
Yeah, that's how they like. It just comes with the name. When you have them on your team, you get one of those. Oh, okay, I see you driving out there. Boop, that. Thank you. Let's continue what we're doing. Nothing to see here, boys. Just us finding free kills.
If they don't get at least one per game, it is stipulated in their contract when they're playing a tournament that
that was incredibly well done. Not gonna lie. Oh, speaking of free kills.
Well, I was saying Exhalation might feel okay with their position. Oh, he's actually shooting at the dead body. No love lost here. Good job, Sakura. I mean, again, these two teams, Sakura and Exhalation, these are two of the teams that I would have absolutely pegged to be right at the top. It's not quite played out like that, but you can't exactly account for all the occurrences that can go down in a best of 5.
And when you thought you weren't unlucky enough, I mean, Exhalation already off of a tough start to today's games, now losing 1 in a 4-man pull-up, and then the duo gets pulled up by 4 as well. And it's not just, quote-unquote, that random team in the lobby. It's Sakura Sanson and Team Rage, probably 2 of the best up-close fighting teams in this lobby that you have to deal with.
No, indeed. This is very rough here for the Exhalation boys that we know to be of strong caliber here in the lobby as a whole. iZoom still hearing the footsteps, still waiting. Now that at least they do have 3 available to this to try and take this battle. But staying still, if you're staying still like this, maybe you'll catch someone as they kind of move around the building a little bit off guard. But I don't know, if Team Rage wants to try and find some off angles, then you're just stood here waiting for nothing.
Yeah, I was going to say it's kind of an interesting position to take. I mean, obviously, him leaving and then realizing, wait, okay, I can't go any further without them hearing where I am. That's kind of what forced him, at least I would assume so, forced him to stick around in this particular position. But it's not a spot you usually see someone try and play off of.
And the issue as well is that because, we have the member of Exhalation here down towards the bottom making noise in the same direction as iZoom, they're not going to go and peek this angle because there is noise happening there. So why would that be the right spot, I suppose, to hold off on?
It's if he had a shotgun, it would make sense to me because you're literally standing right by the door going, oh, hello there, when someone opts to peek out, right? But
Obi-Wan.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how Zoom opts to play on the staircase here. Now he's getting headshotted from above. That's not exactly making things any easier. Headshot does come through as he gets inside, and now Zoom gets taken out of the equation.
Yeah, I think you got bit in the butt there for just chilling that a little bit too long. But Exhalation still has some power here, still has some legs. Will they be able to find Team Rage? Looks for the peak. No, not even. So Team Rage is going to be able to snowball this quite considerably. Schengen has no say in it whatsoever. Cautious, peeking around the corners, looking for an opportunity. Takes one knock.
Where's the trade? Where's it? Always scares me. Always scares me when I see stuff like this where there's a perfect chance for you to make the smart peak and going in together, and then you're almost losing one in a situation where that should never happen. So fortunately for Team Rage, they don't lose one in that. But again, I mean, as you were saying, there was a window for Exhalation to aggress on Team Rage as they made landfall, and they hurt them. Like, they hurt the compound fight with Sakura Sanson breaching in, because they were literally the team that lost the player, so they knew that the compound up northeast was taken. There was only going to be a matter of time before somebody from up there would peek down in this direction. So they just waited for too long.
Indeed. I mean, like, imagine being the guy that ends up getting the shots on iZoom. You're like, why is there just a guy stood there doing nothing? Those kinds of moments. Of course, there is a reason he's doing, and I cannot criticize him in that regard. He understands that, yes, technically he's vulnerable, but yes, technically he's in a rough spot because there's an entire team in that building alongside him. So it's a pretty rough situation to be in if you're caught there. So just kind of a funny observation from a distance, I suppose.
Yeah, well, let's see now. Back to a bit fix as Ivil gets healed on up. He's now got neighbors in here and, has a shotgun in hand. Not the worst gun to utilize should you get engaged on. And you can see all of I Don't Care in the buildings next to him. But no one really opting for the immediate aggression here.
And none of these teams really wanting to stray too far away from their app because the circle is still giving them a little bit of indifference, a little bit of where am I going to go? A little bit of shifty eyes. And this would be a great opportunity or position to eventually transition or make a bridge rotate. But of course, now everybody's kind of scarpered and stuck.
There's just no reason to over-aggress before you know if the compound you're fighting for is even going to be in the next circle.
Agreed.
Like, it's simple as that. You know these buildings are absolute... I'm not even going to use that word anymore. But they're not that good to make a push in towards. And,
Don't say it.
As I say that, though, here comes the fully commit push, because you know what? They don't care.
Yeah. I mean, if they get the trade here, if they've identified it's only one person up here, then, oh, nice shotgun. Goes for a second, doesn't get it, though. Idok gets the trade and will be able to pick up quite quickly off the back of that. Even a smoke for good measure.
Well, smart play. Making the push on up the stairs together. It's just so difficult. Fortunately, he got all the way up the staircase before getting knocked there, because that's really where that, like, just in general, having to push up staircases are terrible. Because if the first player gets knocked, then all of a sudden you have everyone standing on top of each other as they try to make their way on forward. Now the circle does pop. We are staying on the main island, heading on over to the east side now. Synergy, bit of a freebie there as Mustafa falls down.
Anybody up for a farm? Anybody want a farm? I'll take a farm. That'd be quite nice. 212 has got an opportunity to be able to wrangle that position, just like they'd wrangle some buffalo over in a farm. But Bitfix will be looking to eventually push them out after they've finished up this I don't care fight, which, I mean, could go on for a little while. And also, all of these rotations from this west side could really play and put a thorn in the side of any plans that are coming along, because now there's going to be a lot of land that is taken.
Yeah, pretty much every single team having to rotate into this circle came from the west, obviously, with the Eastern Heart Shift coming through. So Milta is going to be open potentially for the remainder of the game, simply because no team really has a chance to make their way over there. And that's a lot of the playable compounds and buildings that are really going to be kind of unused. Now, Divan, in the meantime, got Fair sitting on his own, trying to hold off here. Killbee is up close. How smart will he play it? Smart enough to not peek it twice. Door is closed as well, so it's going to buy him a little longer time here. Oh, the fold above.
Ooh, smart attempt.
Smart.
Yeah, really smart attempt, but not going to go out of the way here. Breaking the rules, able to take out from afar. Not too bad. Sheesh, kapow pow. Moves on with the taxi.
Is that how you're supposed to say that name?
Well, you know, I've been hanging out with a lot of Zoomers lately in my guild. So, yeah, I have to share sheesh. Otherwise, they'd probably disown me. I'm too old for this.
Well, let's no comment on that one. Let's see how things are going to unfold from now. Keep in mind, we do still have one circle that can include, I don't want to say as much water as it wants. That's not quite true, because the circle center does have to be on land. But it can include quite a bit of southern side waters still, and I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing a lot of the compounds up towards the northwest not really being taken at all, because there's there's a good chance they probably won't be unless you get that double northwest hard shift.
Yeah, the transition's rough away from them as well, right? I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, it's a little bit hilly. You can drive up and down, up and down, up and down. But if you then suddenly hit the barrier of Sakura, Zensen, as well as Team Rage, etc., what are you supposed to do from that point on? I get why Enterprise is up on Potato Hill. Nice little spot to try and scout some stuff out from. I wouldn't mind them taking kind of that road that's kind of just south of them, so they can try and scout down into that little bit of a valley towards Farm. That's probably going to be their next destination, I suppose.
Let's see. Far up towards the north comes Peshka and the winning team from the previous game. I mean, there is a compound up for grabs, but as you were saying about the western compounds, it's not always so much about the compound itself. It's about if the circle doesn't allow you to stay there, how do you get out of it? And the compound in picture right now, having to push up that hillside can usually, or most often, be a death rotation.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes for those western compounds, because you're so exposed, and now going uphill in those vehicles, I mean, you're going to be driving 50 kilometers an hour, and people will hit those shots when you try and make that escape. But it doesn't change the fact that they will opt to stay on the north side and wait and see the next circle.
And we get the yoink, and as kind as it could be to a lot of these teams, I think is fair to say here. Enterprise is likely to take where we were mentioning before. And then, as you say, Drain Gang is likely to try and make that transition that you were mentioning, which is fraught with danger when Enterprise is taking this spot. Also, Johnny's going up there. Vicurvi are already firing at Drain Gang, so they are sitting ducks at this point. I think so.
I mean, Vicurvi realizing that we probably want to, I mean, instead of trying to make a fight in from the east, if we can claim all control and kind of be the last team that makes the push over the hilltop, then we can play with a well, with no one behind us, and thus only focus inward towards the circle. Or else it's just you know what, we really want to confirm that 1 point. Because again, keep in mind the leaderboard, as we saw it in the break between the last 2 games here, it's incredibly close, and that 1 kill there could be the deciding factor.
I think the problem for the Curvy is they need to somehow break the rules. That they have that little hillside, that little compound as well down that hillside, which eventually could come back to bite them. Where Sheesh Kapow is, it could be the spot where they maybe try and take over, because sometimes that compound can't see all of the spots there. But Kiliakai gets a freebie, as I don't care. Eventually move up towards this building.
And often you see the full commit to the hip fire, but I like to see it come and work out for him. Although in the meantime, trying to assist his teammate, currently sitting up against the wall there. Kiliakai realizing now there's an entire team with him. Fortunately, they did find the knock on 1, and now unfortunately for them, although the person tasked with defending him has taken down. Ivel went down earlier, we saw that as well, and Kiliakai is kind of forced to try and stay alive on his own.
Will he get it done? Is the question. I don't care. Moving on up. Nades being sent in. Even a molly. Wait, there was another nade in the room. Get out of there.
Get out of there as fast as you can. I mean, he needs to just buy himself some time until Otto gets back on his feet. Now, the rest has come in. So, now the kind of the over-the-shoulder look will be back into fruition. Unfortunately, Kiliakai actually, with the nade alongside the gas can explosion, takes down Extends, but I just don't see a world or reason where he would try and make an aggressive play off of that.
Yeah, this one's a rough one. An ace 32. I want to see more of it. Let's get it done, Artix. You are famous. You are legendary in my eyes when it comes to some certain fights that were going on in a field against Na'Vi. But that was a long time ago. Now you've got to put up some numbers against the previous Shift W guys. As fancy it from Karagumruk, still putting out some pot shots towards Enjoyment. Gonna move back. Pretty slow for these guys over on the west.
Yeah, I mean, Karagumruk, not really a team that's seemed to ever really be in a hurry. Maybe this circle will change that for them as they now realize we have to shift east. Do they opt to try and maintain control on the hilltop, or do they go down to the land below? It's, I think regardless, it's going to be difficult for them. Kiliakai, well, he stayed alive for as long as he could, but I don't care. They had enough. They made the 3-man push, and even for Kiliakai, I can't really expect for him to stay alive through that.
I just hit his friend. I think he may have done. They're very keen to take the shots through that window, but you've only got one window. You've only got a little bit of an angle. Let's slow that down for a moment. Sakura Senzen, I can't believe you're up in this tower. I love it. It's crazy, but it's also slightly crazy. So let's be careful and not draw complete attention to ourselves. It's a great vantage point, but you will, if you get knocked, it's going to be a bit of a rough pickup.
Can we also just talk about how we've only lost 1 team at 17.5 minutes? I mean, we're 4 teams behind what we lost in 7 minutes in the previous game. So I feel like teams should start shooting each other a bit more.
Yeah, it's a nice comparison compared to last game. You know what? You get the crazy game. And to be fair, our previous circles was crazy, and now it's toned down a little bit. That's okay as well.
I feel like that crate was too gifted. Now it has to land on the roof of the watchtower, so it's a little more difficult to get to, you know? Just because. Oh, yeah. Just because. Yeah. Oh, no.
One of them's you got to throw a grenade at and hope it falls down.
Yep, exactly. Not going to have that one straight on the road next to them. Anonyx now peeks on over, does his thing, not to be confused with the other Anonyx, who's probably the real Anonyx, but Karagumruk able to stay alive for now. They needed that entry frag. They needed that first knock. Unfortunately, can't find Janny down the rock on the northern side.
Drengang's hearing this as well. They're pushing on the east side of this fight, so looking for that third party. If it's the perfect time to do so, because if you can take some of the north side of this circle for your own, that's going to be good. But the problem for them is that Vikurvi on that east side as well has crested the hill and has wrestled the high ground away from Sheesh Kapow, and BTR have had to move all the way down to that compound. So now there's so many more threats up in the north.
See, Glowed, you need to do a hell of a lot of damage and then some more if you want to stay alive through this. I like the way that Salty is spread out into the forest there too, making sure that regardless of what Karagumruk goes, there's no way they're getting to push down below, because that's the spot we're going to be playing from, and that's where Tekis is already there. In the meantime, I don't care, pushing up towards ZX as they try to claim some more land. Here, the mortar being put to fruition, but nothing comes through with it. Salty finds Glowed with the final shot of the MK and adds one more to the point total.
I love me some cheeky vert nades, but sometimes it doesn't work. And this one didn't really get done exactly what it wants to. Still, the pressure is put on as this, again, is the X factor. Will they know? They know that somebody was in that direction, hence with the vert nade. But do you know that he's lying down up against that free kill, looking for another one? Doesn't quite get this one, though. You only get one again, free kill. All right? Calm down.
Not going to get him all double. Finds the knock onto Detrix as well. And that's going to be all of Enterprise eliminated. They had a hard time pushing on through. And again, I mean, with Kirby realizing that other teams were going to do the kind of dangerous part of the fighting for them, they just sat back, enjoyed a good third-party opportunity, and now they claimed the entire hilltop for themselves.
And know exactly when to swoop in for the remainder of what's going on up there. Really well done by them. Now, though, it's going to be a question of can you get off of this hillside. Divan, though, up on the east side, taking this fight against Armada and knocking a few. So Big Bossy King Kong looks for the off angle. It's Big Bossy King Kong. He does what he likes. He does what he likes.
Armada able to stay put. No, it's all good. I like your enthusiasm. When you got a name like that, you gotta add some hype to it, right? I like it. Like it. SG, in the meantime, well, we want to hype, but not too much to hype about right now because things are not going the way they want. In the meantime, for Salty, though, finding the 3-piece there. Solid spray on through as he finds kill number 5 in this game, but it's not all said and done for Sakura Sanson yet because they need to make the rotation further forward and they're not inside the circle yet.
I felt like it's old Salty mate got the 3-piece. I was gonna, he does what he likes, but then he drove forwards and then decided to turn around. So he doesn't do exactly what he likes. He's got to be a bit cautious. Artix looks for Fisek, finds him. Sakura are completely trapped up against this. Salty, he does what he likes. He does what he likes.
Kill number 7 confirmed for Salty as the circle starts closing on in there. Of course, have to get going. That is impressive play, getting the double just like that. In the meantime, 2-1-2. It's been a somewhat quiet game for them, but kills are starting to come their way as PET falls down. 7 teams left alive as this circle continues to shrink on in and pretty much exclude all but one compound.
Oh, well, okay, now can Salty does what he likes? No, is the answer. Going up against Vicurvi, that was going to be a fight fraught with danger, considering what Vicurvi have put up so far. Only 4 eliminations, 4 kills to their name, but it's been a steady 4 eliminations up on the north, controlling the area.
I was going to say, I don't think they know that Tegas is that close, but now, of course, with the shots fired, they realize you're seeing the nades being lobbed on forward. Fortunately for Tegas, able to stay alive, but how much are Kirby going to be willing to commit to try and get this flush? The rest does come through, so it's a 2v3 because Pains is far away and with no chance of really assisting in anything here. So again, how much does Kirby engage? And then Tegas spots one over the top, finds one, but Otto takes him down immediately after. That's actually from behind all the way down in the tower.
And yeah, that is done here for Sakura Sensen. They get taken out. Tekkas, he turned the lights off for that blitzkrieg. He was not noticed, but then can't deal with the sprays that were coming on down. Armada still alive on this little side of the circle, trying to find themselves a spot against Team Rage as we take a lay of the land now, seeing what's going on. Vicurvi still has a big spread, probably want to get up their 4th member and then just find full control on that northern side. But BTR in the east, still a big threat for them.
I mean, that field is practically impossible to play when the compound on the hillside is still in. But with the compound still in there, it's... I mean, you can barely even play it when it's not in. And I think, I mean, for Break the Rules, they're showing it right now. All Bill can really do is try and become one with nature and just prone on down and hope that no one will spot him while seeing the kill feed, allowing for him to get some more placement points.
You're big into the one with nature. Is this? Are you a big fan of David Attenborough? You like? Yeah.
I don't know. No.
You don't know who David Attenborough is, do you?
I do. I know who he is. I just couldn't really. I couldn't make a good point of you kind of giving me that one to work with.
Okay. It's my bad. I screwed up. But the curve is not screwing up. They're constantly raining down at the bullets from the north. And unfortunately for Bitfix, this will be a non-starter.
Now, full speed sending it into the blue, realizing the importance of having a vehicle in this circle, reversing it into it now as well. I don't necessarily dislike this idea because they know that if we're forced to go downhill, that tree is only going to grant us cover from so many angles. So even if it's a buggy, it's still some sort of hard cover that could be the difference in whether we stay alive or not.
Yeah, for Team Rage, you're seeing kind of the use of cars, right? I mean, any little extra cover you can get here, very, very important. These guys would be dead if it weren't for it. And 2-1-2 slowly rolls in. The slowest roll in I can't talk. The slowest roll in I've ever seen in my life. And tries to get something done here.
You're right there,
I need some water.
You go get yourself some water, and we'll see as the top 4 comes pushing their way on forward. Team Rage and OP, just one player alive apiece. That might be 0 for Team Rage in a second if that molly hits, but no, not gonna happen. Schofield, unfortunately, will go down. Billum falls first, though, so top 3 guaranteed for Team Rage. In the meantime, for both Vicurvi and Breaking the Rules, they are, I would have to say, gonna be back up with 4 life both.
I mean, given the compound was in for so long for Break the Rules, given that Vicurvi were taking it so steadily in the north, I feel like this was a fight, once again, destined here for these final circles. Both teams have found themselves great room to work with. And for Vicurvi, I think it was a bit more hard fought over, but what can they do? Considering that Break the Rules have swung out of this compound, I feel like a really good time, a really prime time to take a little bit of this cover and bring a bit of the fight to Vicurvi, and especially with that circle.
I was gonna say, it's. I think this is just breaking the rules, being allowed now to play the more passive rule, the more waiting game rule in this one. Don't really have to go anywhere aggressive to find anything here. Hibako will find the final freebie on the southern side of the circle, though, as Team Rage gets eliminated. And now, a 4v4. 10 kills so far for Vicurvi. Pain's shadowboxing a bit, warming up for that final fight. And this is another factor. Vicurvi has been fighting at a distance for quite a while. Their ammo total should be somewhat low, because every time they've fought, it's been on the edge of circles where they've been closing on in. And they haven't had time to really get looted on up. You can see no one's really sitting with more than around 45 bullets in the bank.
Yeah, no, you're totally on the money. I mean, Hibako, he had like maybe 34 bullets in his SLR left over. You can chunk through that pretty fast, and especially with these M4s, the amount and the quick pace at which they put out the spray could be a little bit difficult. We're already hearing fights start, looking for a position, looking to find themselves some better off angles, big spreads across this circle.
Well, hello there, says the Nate, as Aggressive peeks straight on into it. Somehow, though, is able to live with only having had his eyebrows burned off. He'll be able to sit tight, use the smokes for cover. We saw he had 8 of them, and of course, I mean, for breaking the rules, they've been chilling in the compound for a good while, so haven't really been forced to use a lot of the utility. No, commits to the spray despite taking a lot of damage. No best for him, but still finds Killer B.
That's the skill difference. Guys like Novik on Skade, they know how to get those lean sprays in really quick. Painless trade for him to be, so to speak, as Pains now will transition through the smoke. Looks for a little bit of a nade himself.
Do they know that Aggressive made his way all the way down below them? He could be the deciding factor in whether they win this game or not. It's all going to be about when he ups the pounds now, though. Seems to me like the info has come across as I say that.
They were looking this way.
They have no clue. As I say that, yes, they did. It looked like they were trying to make a web of their own, but nope, there was clearly something wrong with that smoke image just been thrown down below them. And now those go down, though. They're playing a 2-2 split here. Vicurvi paints up close. If he falls down, that's all info for Hibako and double lost.
Yeah, I feel like the double wraparound meant that they had a clue, right? Like they wanted to make sure that they had a cover for all of that. But now, once again, Shish Kabao are going to be looking for a bit of an angle through this smoke. Goes for the spray, looking for a tag. But it's 2v4 if they get this pick up on Novik. And that smoke's going to dissipate soon. Will he be able to see? Oh, it's dissipating. Yeah.
That's the audio cue. They backed off, and that's really unfortunate. Now no vest left either. 1 HP, 1 band-aid to work with. I feel like this has got Vicurvi written all over it. But well, let's see if there's one final punch left to be had.
They've played this brilliantly. Well, what a game they've played here. They've got themselves the arsenal. They've got the AWM. We're going to see Break the Rules here trying to back off. Sheesh goes for a trade once again, but Pains is able to reply in kind. Neon is looking for a bit of a spray through, but it's not going to be enough. Vicurvi takes it. And look at the class they're bringing here to the tournament.
14 kill chicken dinner, same as we saw in the previous game from Drain Gang. I mean, they were already quite far up the leaderboard, and this is going to shoot them up even further. Incredibly well played. They sat on that northeast side for a while, James, and we saw, I mean, they got their first action when they got the flushing the player on the north. I think it was actually Drain Gang. They got the kill on up on the north side of the circle, and then they just said, we want to be the last team to leave this hilltop, and that's how they essentially played it. We don't mind playing back against the blue as long as we have full control of what's going on around us.
And very important in terms of their transitions in the mid game in these circles as well. Both these teams were so close to each other for a long time, but the Curvy knew they couldn't dislodge them from the compound. They pushed Sheesh off that high ground, and then they dominate that northern side. I think, the Curvy, you think about guys like Double who were previously Entropic. I mean, whatever troubles they had, Double, that guy, still an absolute powerhouse regardless. What a roster.
What a roster indeed, guys. We have one more game left to play before we crown the winner of this monthly showdown. But before that, we'll take a break, and then we'll be joining Vugo back on the desk in just a few. So stick around. We'll see you shortly.
I'm crazy now. One more to go.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
And we're back. We just saw the fourth match that was nothing like Game 3. Game 3 obviously was chaotic. Game 4, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong here, but definitely the most tactical map we've seen so far tonight, Toby?
It's almost as if when you give players a decent playing path and an alright first circle, things don't go crazy every time. Only sometimes, but not every time. And yes, I completely agree with you. By far the most kind of, I don't want to say predictable, but most smartly played through game we've seen throughout the day so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we didn't get, I think we got one team knocked out, but it was not until minute mark 20-ish that the action started. What was it that happened at 20 that got it all started?
I think natural land barriers became a big factor, right? If you think about that northern stretch of hills, which is obviously going to create a lot of conflict there. The eventual shift away from some of those south compounds that people were kind of banking on just in case that circle shifts down to the south and they can take that bridge as a path. Obviously, those little conflicts going on there. Eventually, that circle goes north to be able to slowly edge those guys out. So two things very important, I think, for that. And then obviously that western migration.
Let's see how that panned out in the highlight reel we got.
Oh, no. This is what we start with.
Yeah, this is, I mean, that whole thing with Exhalation there, it was just a weird situation because we've seen Exhalation so many times do really smart things. And this one, I mean, had it just been off of them not getting the info that there was a team above them, fair enough. But they were literally the team to lose a player in that compound. They knew Sakura Sandstorm was sitting up there, and that was just going to be a matter of time before they were going to get shot in the back. So a weird situation there.
Yeah, and if you want highlights, you go to Salty Mate. He does what he likes, lads. And it was, I mean, a lot of frags coming in here for him to start things off. Just a little bit of a shame, I think, for Sakura Zenton that they eventually had to run into Vikirby because, again, given the position Vikirby was in, I feel like they were almost destined to at least get top 2 in this game.
I think this one could have been a turning point. I mean, that one right there with the player down below. Had he been able to find the first, maybe even the double there, that would have been set up perfectly for it. But again, I mean, as you said correctly, James, Hibago, and Double, they knew exactly what they were running into. There's no way in hell that they were going to allow for that to happen.
Yeah, they understood for a while. I mean, the thing is, as well, is that these guys, I think they understand that if anything's going to stifle them in that kind of spot, even if they don't know exactly from audio cues and stuff like that, a rap would be the thing that would kind of hurt their position. So even just covering it. Yeah,
and Vikirby's that racked up a lot of kills throughout all these games. Now with their first victory, let's see the scoreboard for this fourth match.
24 points, Toby.
24.
Good stuff.
Once again, 14 kill wins seems to be the way to do things. And unfortunately, when you have one or two teams that rack up a lot, it means that there's also going to be a lot of teams zeroing out. And it's close to it, right? I mean, you can pretty much count on one hand how many points the right side of the leaderboard got in total.
Definitely. I mean, for some of the teams, I mean, even like D1, for example, that actually got themselves some nice points, some pure enjoyment. They've got some good points in the previous games. They're not quite being as consistent as what we're seeing from teams like Vikirby right now. Team Rage, I mean, the 13 points coming in is very, very nice here as a little bit of a standout. But Break the Rules, I mean, 11 points from the compound that they were in. As much as it's nice to get double-digit points, I feel like Break the Rules could have had more. Is that a fair assessment, or what do you think, Toby?
I think it's similar to the situation that D1 had that other game on Miramar, where it's a matter of when do you leave the compound. I think there was a way, like a chance for Break the Rules to leave earlier, and by doing so, rack up more points. They should have tried to kick off Vikirby from gaining full hilltop control earlier in the game. That would have allowed them a better escape of the compound itself, but not doing so, they, I mean, essentially gave all those kill points over to Vikirby.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the total leaderboard now after 4 games, obviously with Bitfix only getting 2 points from this fourth match, their by far weakest map so far tonight. Is this Vikirby's match to lose now?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, given the way they're able to put up the numbers here, again, it kind of comes down to what I said about Bitfix and how they were looking in some of these games. For Vicurvi, it did look like just extremely strong fundamentals, being able to take that high ground, knowing when to third party those fights that were going in the Northwest side, and then from that point, completely controlling the game.
Yeah, exciting. Let's see if Vicurvi could keep hold of this victory, as we like to call it, when we're going into match number 5.
Alrighty, let's get to it, as we now have our next playing path on the way. My name's Kalaris, and his name is Toby. I'm not normally here. I'm normally on the other segments. You enjoying yourself so far, Toby?
I am having a good time getting to hear the famous James casting. It's like watching a unicorn, you know?
It's rare. It comes once every many years and probably will continue to be that way because everyone just wants me to host games.
The stars aligned once more, and here you are.
Yeah. Well, I'll see you in 2030 on the casting desk again, I suppose. But let's get into our final game of the day, as we now have all of our players dropping on out. It is a generous playing path to round out the day, and I'm liking it, Toby. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Very, very, very generous playing path to finish off the day. I couldn't agree with you more. It's usually, though, also one of those where it's followed by an absolute bad circle. I'm trying not to use that phrase at all, but it's hard for me not to. It is pretty good. It rolls off the tongue pretty well. I am, though, seeing Sakura Sanson getting hot dropped in Pachinki and thinking to myself, why the hell is that happening when we have just had a game where that didn't happen?
Well, especially since Karagumruk as well. They went up
and they're literally in last place, so I think this is one of those we're just gonna
ruin your day.
Yeah, potentially. But this is where I mean, and especially for a team like Sakura Sanson, who are so good at not fighting. I mean, it sounds weird to say because just don't shoot, you won't be fighting. But who are so good at disengaging from bad fights. This is where I want to see them try and back off and get out of here alive.
Yeah, especially since they have an opportunity to move up the leaderboards as well, given the circle, given the fact that this is a team that we know can take decent fights. We saw Saltimate absolutely pop off in the previous game, and now he's already set himself up with a shotgun and is looking for an unsuspected player moving through. Already shots have been taken there as this is about to kick off. So very central circle, and here comes Epizix with the Vector.
It's dangerous to go up against these teams who have literally got nothing to lose. So let's see how things are going to unfold here. Debbie, Vector, shotgun. Don't really get a better combo than this, to be honest, when you play in the in the urban areas of the map. Salty, in the meantime, well, he's got a shotgun, but he doesn't have a vest or helmet to rely on. So that's suboptimal. In the meantime, the Scar and UMP combo works perfectly. Fancy goes down. Helmet now for Solvis. He jumps on out, tries to go full Ezio Auditore on fights. Debbie, though, with the shotgun, gets traded immediately after. Tekas finds Anonix, and I don't like picking teams or picking sides, but for the team that actually still has something to gain here, I like the fact that we just saw Sakura Sanson win this without taking any casualties.
They're gonna get everybody up. So many cool things to talk about. I like the Karagumruk pushed into the building as soon as they see the molly on the stairs, knowing that, well, it can't come down. We have an easy entry to this building. But then Salty Mate going for the shotgun onto the door to open up the shots on towards Karagumruk. Love it, love it, love it. It was a really nice cleanup overall here by them. I mean, it could have, as you said, it could have gone completely awry, but it didn't. This is a huge win for Sakura.
Massive. 4 points in the bank. Not free by any means, but 4 points you would gladly take to kind of and go, oh, okay, now we can play. Now we can start looting. Now we can get going, and we've already got 4 points this game. So that's pretty convenient when it all comes down to it. In the meantime, what's not so convenient is Kilikai has got himself a unwanted neighbor. Fortunately, Kiko is making his way down to help him, but for the time being, he's on his own.
Kiko Dodi on the way to save. Kiko Dodi is a very musician name. Do you think?
Yeah. How would you sing that? Now you have to show me. Or
wait a minute. No. You're not allowed to introduce people to the singing off screen of the desks. No. You're not allowed to do this. You know I have a Kilikai song. And well,
that and now you killed him because you didn't sing it. So
I'm not singing the Kilikai song.
So how does that?
No. Moving on.
Moving on. In the meantime, Kiko, or else you better know him, it's Chris, tries to make his way through the compound, secure what's to be secured. And I mean, again, for a bit, they're not. I mean, we saw how close the leaderboards were, and they're by no means guaranteed up there in the top. So if a couple of the teams that have been sitting near them in the leaderboards coming into this fare well, that's gonna toss them all the way down, not to the bottom of the leaderboard, obviously, but out of the amount of money that they could obtain should they play it smart here. Having already lost Killikai now as well, they have to be wise about their decision making.
Proper rough to deal with, especially since Synergy is coming in on the north side of you as well here. If they're aware, if they heard some of these shots, well, they're taking a little bit of a turn here. I think they hear the car coming up alongside them here from good old Zeki Kurt. So maybe some shots in the fields. Will we get any of some of the spray downs? Mustafa is back, but he can't hit Jack. Gonna run away.
Are we gonna rhyme for the rest of the cast now? Or
Nope,
is that just
no.
coincidence?
No, it wasn't a coincidence. It was intentional, but I'm gonna leave it there.
Fair enough. We'll see. Captain Booplo is gonna be chilling for the time being up in the chopsticks area of the map. I would, at the same time, like to see the circle go over there. It would be absolutely terrible for everyone else, but this is really one of the most basic circles you can get. It's not south enough to go military. It's not really north enough to go up north of Rostock, unless we get some absurd like quadruple northern hardships. This is just very center and very, very straightforward.
Yeah, very much so. So you can take up plenty of swaths of land and feel comfortable in the knowledge that you're probably going to have a decent enough transition. I mean, that's why you've seen Sakura Zensen sending over one player over to the east to those compounds far east of Pachinki on those fields. I mean, it's not the most ambitious split of all time, but it's a split enough to make sure that, you know, that if you're around Pachinki, you're not going to have teams camping just outside of Pachinki if you need to leave Pachinki. And I think it's wise positioning.
I think this. I'm not gonna ever say there should be mandatory circles in PUBG, but I like to think that this is the circle that most teams would find enjoyable in a first game of a day sort of thing. Just because, you know, I mean, no matter where you are, you have a rotation path that's not suicidal. And I mean, I guess for military teams, it can be a little bit tricky if there's a team gatekeeping you, but why would they in the first place? So I just think overall, this is probably one of the best phase 1 circles of any like early stage of a tournament.
You mean like your yardstick? It's your ham and cheese sandwich circle. All right, I'm safe. It's ham and cheese. Okay, like there's no weird pickles in there. I don't like pickles. All right, I don't like olives. There's none of them in there.
It's your as Poro said it. It's your plain white bagel.
Okay.
No spice, no nothing. Just plain white bagel.
Yeah, but you are talking about Americans that pronounce it a wrangle. So I don't know if I could take any of their words as gospel, if I'm honest.
Oh, fair enough. Well, let's see, though. I hope not wanting to take anything as gospel either. Unfortunately, we'll take bullets to the face instead. Danny, in the meantime, we'll see if he can find his teammate as well. Although able to get away at least from the first spray down. Now running away from fire as well, as he's trying to get to some sort of safety. Pipa is over on the other side, and I think he's well aware that there's a player with low HP caught here. Issue 4. Oh, no, ammo! Otto is very alone at this point, and I'm not seeing him getting out of here alive.
No, this is a feign. Otto, get out of there. Captain Bulu and Pipa, they've taken them out. That is Bitcraft. Bitcraft? Excuse me. No, that's a big company. Bitfix's tournament done. I mean, it's going out this early. That's a bit of a disaster here for this game.
Not the way that you wanted to finish things off here, especially taking into consideration that coming into the previous game, they were actually sitting up in first place. And they are, like, I would have to say, still in second. But as I said before, I mean, if they go out early, which they just did, and some of these other teams that are sitting down below them, we had Drain Gang at 35 coming into this, Pure Enjoyment at 30, Team Rage at 24, then 23. We have 5 teams at 23 points coming into this game. That's not that much of a stretch to catch up to. So they could be going from second, essentially outside of top 5 come the end of this game.
Yeah, especially since this was your ham and cheese circle, where
Exactly.
They got thrown some sriracha. They got thrown I don't know what, because this was spicy at the start. And unfortunately, going out that early in your ham and cheese sandwich circle, very rough indeed. More shots going to be pepped in, though, here from Zeki Kurt, trying to find something. Mustafa is back. Will he be able to get some revenge for his previous spray downs? As we're looking to... The chase continues. It's an action movie. They crash through up. Oh, wow.
This is... Oh, and now they're starting to run each other over as well. Boblo finding Fisher. Shit, that's elsewhere on the map. Did he hear him inside? I think he might have. Surfy. Big Boss goes down. As Mustafa finds one. Surfy flushes with the molly. Now Gecko trying to see what he can find over the top. He's already out of ammo in the mini. Now getting the reload on him. But issue is that he is completely and utterly surrounded. So no way his teammates can really do a lot to help. And honestly, James, this is why we're blessed in PUBG. Because when the planes and the circles are all good and dandy, the players find their own unique ways of making things crazy.
Mate, he crashed through a shack. That was the best bit of all of this. That was amazing. But yeah, Armada here. Now we've kind of really pinned down Zeki Kurt a little bit. I mean, at the same time, they kind of need to back off here. It's 2v3. Yeah, you might be able to continue looking at this building, but eventually you're just going to have to slowly back off from here. Zeki Kurt, they can bide their time for a little bit. I think they set off cars near those buildings on the opposite side of where Armada's looking at them from, so shouldn't be too troublesome.
And part of the reason why we're seeing all this chaos commence on the southern side of the circle is because when we look up towards the north, school ain't taken, apps ain't taken, the entire north side of Potato ain't really taken. Pachinki, completely uninhabited. And that means that, I mean, if you look down towards the southeast, now you've got 5 teams down there. I mean, the chaos and commotion on the southwest has already ended, but now it's about to start up here.
Yeah, and I mean, with the potential of the circle eventually going a little bit more slightly north of Pachinki, considering that's now kind of in the south side of all of this, mini Pachinki becomes a bit more of a hot topic, with Enterprise already sat up there, Drain Gang likewise, kind of sat in those prime spots, with a bit of spray coming in. 2-1-2, Murphle gets himself one. iZoom, though, going to be third-partying all of this. Artix looks to push down 2-1-2, and iZoom will finish off Murphle as a whole. So 2-1-2 once again, as I've said it almost every game, they're in everybody's crosshairs and they're not winning it out.
Sure, let's see Exhalation. Can they make up for what's been a tough day so far? Got 2 kills already, and well, that's another knock added to it. No flush confirmed just yet, though. If they can hold off here and have 1 or 2 circles go down in this direction, that could mean for a good game for them. And we know, of course, that so far, if you win a game, you also get 14 kills. So if they can net themselves 24 points here, that'd be a good final game of the day.
You're right, that's guaranteed. Why are we even thinking about it? It's a 24-point game every time.
Yep.
Well, we'll see if that comes to fruition, as we still have Artix trying to hold off this spot from Exhalation. Again, that will be a 3v4 here, looking for the pickup now on this side. And Exhalation has the advantage circle side. So Artix going to have to put in some work, or they bail. There's still opportunity to bail, but then where do you find an entry point to the circle?
Yeah, where do you go? It's I like the way they're kind of wrapping around here, Exhalation. But it's dangerous because I'm not sure they're aware that they have players behind them. So now they do realize, because breaking the rules are going to start to shoot at them from behind. And they might be realizing that they've kind of bit off a bit too much here. In the meantime, 2-1-2 will fall as well. 14th place for them. Not been the best day today, but can't win them all. They finish out. I mean, they weren't 7th place, but they were one of the 23-point gang teams. And fortunately, there had been chance here.
And Zeki Kurt looking for the fight up against Pure Enjoyment. Marlboro, once again, going to be one of the guys to try and hold things out. This guy, if you previously know him, he's played on teams like Istanbul Wildcats, etc. But for now, the Cats are turning the tables on him. Elsewhere, getting clawed down in that compound. Zephy, what can you do here? Because actually, for the most part, Pure Enjoyment's backing off from this, so they don't need to do much.
I mean, seeing the next circle as well, it's not exactly prime real estate to be fighting over, so it makes sense to me that they opt to back off instead. Still a lot to gain for them, Pure Enjoyment. I mean, sitting in 4th coming into this, despite having taken casualties, they know that if we can stay alive for long enough, there's a good top 3 spot to find come the end of this game. So we'll see how they opt to rotate into, again, what is a very center, pretty straightforward circle, but with, of course, how things have unfolded, circle that if you're entering from the west side is going to be hard to enter.
Tekers finds himself a crate, moves on back towards Pachinki here as Drain Gang's just continuing to pepper the position on the west. Such a strong line of sight on towards that west side. All things considered, it's going to be difficult for those guys over to the west. I don't care. Likewise, still in this fight against Exhalation. Exhalation needs a win. They need something. I don't mean a win in like the game. I mean a win as a fight because it has not been their day. And they're looking to win this one out quite handedly.
Soon, holding off on his own here. Knows that he has Archie on the other side. Fortunately, good damage is done early, and they get the damage needed to get the kill there as well. Only phase 3, so you can still rest in blue. They will be all fine as they get back on their feet. 5 kills and counting, but the game is far from over.
Somehow got to pay for that Halloween M4 that you got there. Would love a few more bucks on the board. But Synergy, likewise, going to be pushing up towards these compounds as well. But you're going up against Sakura Zenzen, who have shown that they are blasting in certain situations. Looking for another angle against this. Yeah.
They have no clue that Hitman is this close. I mean, these muffle the audible cues too. Now they might realize that someone's nearby. But there's so many footsteps from themselves as well coming in, and he just completely caught them off guard, jumped out the window, wrapped all the way around, now got back into it. Salty on the other side, taking down Buffalo as well. Very, very, very aggressive plays coming up from Sakura Sensen, trying to deal with the opponents next door.
A quick move through, trying to go for it. Saltimate gets in connection with a nade on towards Captain. And the bullets keep raining down on them. It's dismantling of Synergy here as Sakura Zenzen says, this ain't your fight. Get on out of here. Oh, power.
8 kills, 0 casualties so far. You can see Exhalation obviously having heard the audible cues that there's action on the other side of the hill. They want to see what they can find. And fortunately for Sakura Sensen, Salty heard the vehicles pulling up over the hillside, so he'll give the info across that there are indeed players right over here. And also, I mean, they have physics up on the hilltop. He's going to be able to provide some vision, but I think, honestly, this is what Sakura Sensen wants to see. That is Exhalation backing off.
Yeah, run away. The Sakura Zenzen have just been playing better than them today. So, for Exhalation, I don't know if I'd be super keen about this. Saltymate's hit a lot of bullets in this tournament so far, but these aren't some of them. As he will be able to escape from the barrage that continues on. But he still knows that they're there. He still knows the presence exists.
See what can he find? The rotation comes through, and I think if you're Sakura Sensen, you got to kind of set up to try and prevent this from working out. Issue is they're a little too late to it. The circle went into a really hard spot to play from, and now I think Sakura Sensen just have to kind of accept the fact that there is going to be a team playing from inside Pachinki.
All right.
Prevent it.
Yeah, that will be a bit tricky considering how now spread out they are. And technically speaking, that spread came at the sacrifice of controlling somewhere like Pachinki. So how will it fare? We continue on as the circle, again, has been kind of kind to some of these teams. Armada's going to be able to spray down on towards Team Rage. Team Rage hasn't quite hit the mark as what I was thinking of. What is going on? Was he just, did he run out of fuel?
I was going to say that was a very, very slow pull-up. But,
yeah.
And somehow, oh no, he dropped a nade on himself as well. Watch out, there's a nade in here. Hey, look, don't go over there. Don't go.
Oh, no. You know what?
I'm always being told I'm not supposed to laugh at things in PUBG, but...
let's pretend we didn't see that one, eh? I mean, a lot of that was comical. We watched a pull-up that was slower than my grandma pulling up, and then all of a sudden, this unfortunate nade. But yeah, let's pretend we didn't see that.
Out they go. An unfortunate end to the day, of course, but I mean, if they were going to go down, at least give the viewers a bit of a laugh with it. Drain Gang trying to peek on over. 0 kills so far. It's been a quiet game for them, and now the fights are coming to them instead as Peshka peeks on forward. Good performance from Peshka here today and getting a ton of kills, but we'll see if the rest of the team can come up to help because kind of isolated right now from the rest of the teammates.
Yeah, I'm going to need to have a little bit of a move back. Oh, no, he's healing with a med kit for this amount of damage. That means a bit of desperation here, all things considered. Looking for the move here, Zeki Kurt, though, backing off. Ooh, not back off. Ooh.
Now, soon finds Salty. Physics goes down as well. Sakura Sensen in trouble. Peshka in the meantime goes for the spray, finds the first one. Will he get the second with the mini as well? Under HP, one more attack is needed to find the number. No, not gonna happen.
Got out. crazy taxi style, just running away. Very, very nice. And we see Drain Gang still continuing to hold on to this area. It's not bad. But again, I think that eventually there has to be that fight going down somehow between them and Enterprise to kind of wind things out up on the north, depending on where this circle goes. I mean, they're not in the theater of conflict with each other just yet. But eventually, I feel like considering the circle shift just now, Enterprise might look to try and find a wrap in that direction somewhere, somehow, where that conflict may arise.
Let's see now. Zakura Sanson, him and realizing that his teammate needs his help. Coming on over to try and back up. Unfortunately, Edom is there ready with a nade in hand, and that is going to be Zakura Sanson out in 9th. They had a good run. They got a lot of kills this game, but not more will come off it, falling just short of the placement point. Circle, in the meantime, goes up towards the northwest, and I'm a little worried seeing Peshka up here alone. I feel like either, if you're Drain Gang, either you set 2 up on the hillside to kind of fortify it, or you don't play it at all. But for Peshka, I mean, why am I talking? He's just finding kills.
Yeah, if he's finding them, he's finding them. Can't complain about that. And, well, those nades find the mark. And I zoom will be able to take out Novik, Vikurvi. Their campaign's over, but have they done enough to continue retaining to that first spot? It really depends if one of these teams kind of at the top, closer to the top, is able to come out with a big one here. And break the rules in Divan even.
Nice angle. Again, I mean, Aggressive been kind of, every time they've been up close with opponents, he's been the one to try and get that kind of off angle, free first kill of the fight, and he does here again. It's honestly a pretty difficult task in getting those kills. Unfortunately, that nade was picture perfect, lands straight on his feet. Zara will not get the flush with it, but at least they get the one. Unfortunately, now the blue is closing in. They need to make a play here. Either you back off or you take the fight. You don't do half.
No, indeed, especially when you're so far out of the circle like this. Get in the cars, try and find yourself somewhere else, I think. You're just going to die to the blue if you end up even winning this fight out, probably. But again, when you're going into the circle, everybody's going to be shooting at you. The volleys of bullets coming their way on the minimap.
Enterprise is so insanely split right now, and I think it's going to come to bite them. If they get pulled off right now, which they do by an entire team, they're going to be in trouble. Fortunately, well, they're running each other over, so Devon not really, That's unfortunate, not the way you want to try and engage in a fight like that, but I thought there was going to be, I mean, Deathbricks was going to be down, and they were going to get that spot, kind of penalizing for Enterprise, or penalizing Enterprise with being split, but that did not happen.
Desperate times call for desperate measures there. It's send fall in and hoping that nobody's there. But yeah, as you say, Enterprise had huge angles to try and cover that from in the end. And breaking the rules, looking to try and move on against the position of pure enjoyment. But even then, I mean, you've then got to get across all these fields.
Yeah. Lena wanted to help Item, but not really a whole lot you can do when you're in a field like that, unfortunately. Nothing more will happen, so just stay prone, hope the placement points will go your way. I mean, obviously, seeing there's only 15 alive, it's a good waiting game for them. In the meantime, when up towards the north, I love to see Peshka having fallen back from the hillside. Again, either you commit to it or you back off, you don't play it half. And Drain Gang, I mean, with having taken out the Curry themselves and seeing Bitfix fall early, they're sitting the third place coming into this game. If they get a good finish here, they're going to potentially go out and take first.
And Exhalation might rack up some points from this game too. Might be a little bit too late, but look at the split that they had. Schengen's kind of done. He's unfortunately a little bit too far out of the split to be able to pick up. But once everything comes to a head in the north, and then they have to transition into this circle, which is a lot of uphill towards where Exhalation is, it might be tough.
But she's Pow Pow finds the boom. Two very nice names, and only one can prevail, I suppose, in that one. Schengen will fall as well as Enterprise. Again, I mean, surprised by them being that split early on, and now again, I mean, it's coming to cost them because they aren't really prepped. They aren't really in a position from where they can take these fights. So Yanni falls down. The rest should be possible. And I like how they've done with the vehicles here. A three-way US kind of control path. The issue is with the smokes they're throwing now. That is just a massive, you want to push us? Go right ahead towards the Drain Game because it's very limited what they can really see on over.
Quite
they get him within nade range here.
Yeah, they'll be scarpered, quite honestly. Quite opportunistic as well. I mean, pushing and using that as kind of your vehicle fort. That was the place, of course, that we saw the prior team from the east crashing in and dropping down some of those vehicles, not having the best of times. So it's a very fortified area for the moment. But again, where do you go from there? As we're having constantly Drain Gang still firing down upon that position. Look how many smokes they've had to expend, even though it's fortified. Yep. So many smokes.
Snakes in the grass. Still here, still alive. Peshka falls as well as Grandis finds one more. They tried to make the play, but I don't feel like they made it fast enough. Unfortunately, I mean, for Shipwreck, that's one snake kind of punching you in the gut, and then you lose the other. And now you kind of forced to just play it on the down low and just sit back and hope that things go your way.
All right, yeah, so Exhalation still firing across this field. This is the most flat ending we have had here throughout the day, throughout the 5 games. The teams will be thinking that this circle is a bit, how do I describe it, Toby?
Bland?
No, just flat, I think, is fair to say.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
Yeah, you think so? Yeah, okay. Not doing it.
We'll see. No, that's okay. That's okay. We'll see now as the new one, or the second to final circle, I should say, is going to pop in just about 5 seconds. Who is it going to favor? I feel like regardless, for Exhalation, they'll be able to play no matter where this circle goes. And, well, I mean, now it just went straight down towards them, so that's just going to make things even better. But they weren't really in a position from where they were, like, I feel like no matter where the circle would have gone, they would have been in a good position regardless. But this circle shift for them here is just in that's massive.
No, of course. I mean, even if the circle had gone kind of to a certain degree, like higher north than this, then they have flat terrain, but it's still ground that's slightly higher than some of those people in the north, right? So they could eventually be firing down upon them. And great shots on To Break the Rules here, who tried their very best to create something there, but Zun's gonna have nothing of that. Oh, Zun's and now they're sitting pretty.
Not gonna happen. Spread out, take control, Zoom even commit, like full on sprinting through the field to get the kill confirmed behind that hay bell, but not needing to overcommit to it. Zun's in the meantime, he's in a pretty important position up here on the hillside, because he's the one to make sure that no one can wrap around the west side of them. So if he gets knocked up there, that could That kind of opens up a pathway for another team to wrap west around them, where they can't really do a whole lot to hold off.
Akatori trying to find some salvage mission now alongside Huge in the north side. I think the wraparound attempt maybe towards the west side to hope for something here might be the play. They look to be kind of dithering about a little bit, not knowing exactly how they're going to approach this Enterprise. I mean, anything you do in the north or even over towards the east side now, I think is almost a sure deathbed, unfortunately, as you continue on. The shots are still raining down on them, but they're still staying alive.
I'm curious if they have any clue that Lena is still up in the field and that they just opted not to deal with it, because they're going to have to make a move now, and if Lena somehow gets up behind them and decides to shoot, that could easily spell the death of them. Janny now trying to lob underneath, avoid explosions by the second, has to again commit to either pushing forward or backing up. There's really no in between.
Okay, so it's not going to matter too much being blind there for the moment. More nades are going to try and be thrown on through. Moving with the blue here after this move down across from this. And Huge managed to knock Grenadiers and will go down to the blue as a whole, but it's going to be, once again, the recuperation of this position. Throwing down the smokes, looking to cut off the lines of sight from Exhalation. Realizes this is one close in a vehicle. Where's that nade going?
Remember, you have snakes in the grass still as well. I mean, you still have the Shipless and Lena playing alone. 15 kills, though, for Exhalation. Massive game for them. Unfortunately, today as a whole hasn't really gone their way. So while they will for sure be able to make their way further up the leaderboard, we'll see how much it's going to amount to. 16 kills as they continue pushing forward and out. Just 2 snakes left in the grass. Shipless finds the first. Seki tries to see what they can find. Not going to happen though. And now Lena, single player left alive. How much more can you get off of this?
And that's when Exhalation knows that they're on the hunt. They know that they have all the cards. They have every part of control of this circle, or prior they had all of control of the circle. Now it's just a case of weeding out that one remaining member. Getting another person up. It's 3v1. I don't think this is very doable for Lena.
I feel like you can't really fault Lena for playing it this passive because, again, I mean,
Agreed.
they were sitting in 4th place coming into this game. They know Exhalation ain't really that much of a threat on the total leaderboard. So if it's a 2v1v1, you want to get that extra placement point guaranteed. There's no reason to just go, oh, but it's just endgame anyway. No, you want to make damn sure that you get that 2nd place guaranteed.
Well, especially with Pure Enjoyment getting the win early on, right? And actually having the potential of pushing up the leaderboards quite severely against all these other teams. Like, you've already had a decent start of the day. Why not try and get yourself at least into that number 2? Insta spot and gone. Exhalation, a very, very controlled win coming out from them to end the day.
I feel like all the players had more kills individually this game that the team had as a whole coming into this game.
Maybe.
They
Yes.
almost did. They had 4 points in total coming into this. Zoom finds 8 here, but they almost had more points individually this game than the team had as a whole so far.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
And that came at the behest of them moving through Pachinki, having a bit of a rough time on that side. We were talking about, I said halfway through this game, they need a fight win, never mind an entire game win, but they're able to convert via going through Pachinki and finding themselves some great room there. So great stuff, good salvage overall for Exhalation to get this.
Very, very, very impressive for sure. Well, that was all the games for us today. We will crown the winner in just a brief moment as we join Vogo back on the desk. But before that, a quick break, and then we'll be with you just a moment from now.
I'm crazy, Jack.
One more to go.
Want esports just a click away from your daily games? Join G-Loot and compete in leaderboards and more. No queue, no qualifiers, all the action. Fill to the brim with rewards. Use your winnings and rewards to unlock gift cards. Sign up, install the PC app, and compete.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back, everyone, to the monthly showdown here at G-Loot. What a fitting ending, the Fields of Pochinki for that fifth game. Toby, what did you feel about the last fifth game?
I feel like it kept centering up, and as we were saying during the game, the more calm and relaxed the circles tend to be, the more chaotic the players find their own ways of making them, and I feel like that's exactly what happened here. We saw a lot of commotion south side of the map throughout the entire thing, whereas the north side teams, they, until the very end, kind of just got set back and not do a whole lot.
Yeah, and Exhalation, who were very quiet during our first couple of games, just burst. I mean, 18 kills and that first placement. What happened there, Kalaris?
I think it's kind of a bold call, really, to go from where they were on the east side of the circle to make that wrap south of Pochinki, go through Pochinki into those eventual circles. I think there's a bit of fortune there in regards to the circles kind of navigating them way to the north side of Pochinki, and they can exploit from that. But no team wins off the back of, luck. No team wins off the back of that. You get given the circles, you're dealt, and then from there you make your own luck. And to be able to take that many eliminations, kills alongside it, I mean, they knew exactly how to hold these positions, look for people in those fields, look for people coming on off the sides of hillsides, etc., and be able to take the points with it. So kudos to them.
Yeah, let's see how many of those 18 kills we managed to catch in the highlight reel.
I like to think that yeah, this was just a bloodbath. I like to think that the way that we saw Exhalation play in the final game is the way that we expect them to play every time. Not saying that we expect them to get 18 kill wins every game, but the way that they were making smart rotations, making good, like, obviously just covering for one another, doing good fights, and it just hasn't been that way for the rest of the day, but I'm glad that we at least get to see them showing us that they're capable of doing it despite having had a tough day.
I mean, this is a fight that they got caught up in really early in this game. I say early, like 11 minutes into the game, right? But the fact that they're able to take this fight, then be able to transition from there, considering that in a three-way fight, that they could have easily lost people, but they didn't. They kept Fort alive. They sent Shenzhen all the way up to the north to a position which could have been an anchor if the circle had gone north from them. And, you try and kind of bomb it towards that compound, but they didn't need it. So they were trying to cover all of their bases whilst traversing through this map.
Yeah, this one right here as well, unfortunately, Bill. I don't know if it was a lack of communication or Apocalyptus didn't just at all say, by the way, I just dropped a nade on my feet, but that's you. Yeah, you hate to see it.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Drain Gang continued on here throughout this game as well, being able to pick up a few eliminations here and there. And I think for the position that they started in, I mean, realistically, they didn't need to traverse too much of this map anyway to find themselves in the spot that they did. But it was always going to be hard going up this hill against the other teams.
Yes, and if you're new to the G-Loot or the monthly showdown and just joining in and want to know how to take part in this, I encourage you to head over to gloot.com, sign up, and get all the details there. And it might be you on playing on the server next time around. But yeah, getting back to the match here, we let's see the scores for this final match.
And it's about time that Exhalation really put up some big numbers. Again, though, maybe just a little bit too late. I mean, 28 points is enough to surge you up the leaderboards, I think is fair to say. But as you said, Toby, I think this is a team that we're like, okay, where's those double-digit games almost every game in a best of 5?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and especially going up against the lobby like this, not trying to discredit anyone, but Exhalation has just shown us time and time again that they are capable of going out and fragging, let alone the fact that they actually have that much playing time together compared to a lot of the other teams here. You would have expected to see maybe not 28-point games, but as you said, double-digit performances in most, if not all, games today.
Yeah, Zeki Kurt, I'm happy to see them get double digits as well. It felt like it was a long time coming here throughout the day, so they'll push up too.
Yeah, and obviously, as you mentioned before, when one team just gets a scoop of all the kills, 28 here in this case for Exhalation, it doesn't give that much room for the other teams to catch up with Curvy, who had a big lead coming into this fifth game. Do we have any teams even remotely close, do you think?
I mean, I think the Drain Gang got close, but 9 points this game is probably not going to be enough anyway.
The issue, right? I think they were on 57 points, and I think the teams below them were on about 30 some. So even pure enjoyment, like 10 extra points, I still don't think that catches up. The problem is Vicurvi just had a great last game. Not this game, obviously. It kind of went a bit awry, but there, as you can see, 59 points here for Vicurvi, finding themselves number one. It's very well deserved.
You can put it this way: they're one of two teams that Vicurvi wanted to have a 28-point game. Was either going to be Exhalation or Karagumruk, and they were blessed that that's what happened, because had it been any one of the left side of the leaderboard, that would have been them out of first place.
Yeah, it's funny, actually, how this has worked out, because, of course, these teams like Exhalation, like, Team Rage, and even in 9th place, like, to a certain degree, a Karagumruk, if I'm honest, and Enterprise in 13th. These are all teams that could have easily gone out and had huge games, but they didn't quite have the steam behind them to have a decent start to the day, which meant that for Vicurvi, it's almost a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, but what was the key moments for Vicurvi that made them win today?
I'd have to say game 4, Toby, don't you think?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Their win. That one thing is that you go out and get the win with a lot of kills. Another thing is that you put up a plan and you execute it to perfection. I feel like the way they took control of the hills north of the farm field and just made sure that it was very clear to see that they wanted to be the last team to push up and take control of that hillside, and they did exactly that. I think that's when you can put up a plan and just execute it to perfection like that. That is, I mean, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, I think the one thing that could have been a thorn in their side in that game number 4, if Break the Rules had decided, you know what? We don't want this team coming up in the north side of us. We're going to come out of our compound and hold them out. But of course, they're not going to do that. They were chilling in their compound from that point on. Yes, they got themselves second place off the back of it. But if you really want to stifle that team up in the north, you join up with Sheesh. You try and hold them out where they were. It's not to be the case, though, in that game. But Kirby played it out great.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they had that 4th game, but even though they didn't get that good placement on the early games, they always racked up a lot of kills. Something that you talked about previously or beforehand, Kalaris. Was it just the kills? I mean, obviously getting 38, I think the team that got the second highest kills was 28. Is it all about the kills in the end, or were they actually tactically superior as well?
I feel like, I mean, again, if you used game number 4 as a case study, they knew exactly when to be pushing on to certain positions, did Vicurvi, when you're actually cleaning out that north side. Because it can, if you go a little bit too aggressive, if you go a little bit too much gun-ho, then you get caught up in that fight and you take some casualties where you may not want to, but they knew exactly when to do that to limit any kind of Pyrrhic damage that is going to come their way in those moments. So again, very good fundamentals, very good game awareness to be able to know when to go and how hard to go. Don't quote that.
Well, with that said, I want to congratulate Vicurvi once again. Do you guys have any final words before we say thank you?
I guess just rounding it up by saying loved seeing competitive, grassroots tournaments get this amount of attention, to see some of these players, most of which we've seen before, but still some new names in there, go out and show us what they're capable of, and maybe show other teams, organizations, who knows, out there what they're capable of making a name for themselves, and having a platform like this for players and teams to go out and showcase that is amazing. I mean, I love to see it, want to see more of it, and I just think it's great all around. Great for us, great for the players, great for the viewers, and just amazing.
I think it's awesome to see that, players that don't quite get an opportunity usually to come out and show their name, show it up against some big top guns as well. You got huge names in here, huge veterans of the EU scene to go up against in kind of high octane games like this. It makes me very excited. And you know what? It gives young up and coming casters an opportunity as well. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you guys. Amazing cast tonight. And obviously all the viewers at home, if you haven't already, make sure to follow Kalaris and the name is Toby on Twitter. Give them all the love you have. And also make sure to head over to gloat.com, sign up, it's free, and take part in all kinds of different competitions. And maybe we'll see you on the next monthly showdown next month. Thank you everyone, and see you next time.